Leo, are you the player helping out with the pie Hawaii? Are you the player helping out with pie Hawaii?
Yeah. Hopefully your device is yours.
This equipment is internally.
I'm really like I'm just got Portland.
I'm sure you'll learn to be in eventually slow and get puppies. Check that out too.
We have a lark?
Yeah, no, I think of Skyfall. Right, you know,
First thing that comes to my head.
Finally, there's something better than just casinos.
Oh, especially beautiful scene. It's like none of this. This is start. How long have you been? Yeah. Oh, okay. How'd you get into engineering?
Right above you.
Like, is there like a, I assume there's some sort of, there it is. I'd rather wear it still not.
Today's, I think tomorrow the 13th is college.
you have to work 12 years. Pass out over again. I'm Joe, but of course. Yeah, you want to provide
Yes, I'm on the team, although I feel like not.
No?
No, we do have a team, but most of them are not.
Have you guys been watching it? I think that's one of the things about the shoes, like try to find whatever is the best way to do this. It's all by emails, by Facebook. Everybody is like trying to commit to a proper price and also like doing their own stuff.
And other priorities come up for
So what's your team focus on? Libraries?
maybe some platform app, whatever. It doesn't have to be a text. The text should just follow, right? But something that allows people to find projects businesses around that they can invest to make their communities better.
So there are only like one way to invest.
There's many ways to invest. They have decided that it could be monetary, or it could be time. Other ways of giving.
Did you ever like see that one where it's like 8 forms of capital? So 8 forms of capital? So they have like intellectual capital, social capital, material, financial.
Yeah, so we're trying to expand upon such a model, make giving easier. How about yours?
Oh, I'm not part of it.
I think that's how most of our teams decide that we were looking over. Learn from it.
So, whose idea was it initially?
It was we worked with this, we ran a giving survey. So we just did that out of curiosity. So we got together, we were 4 at Women's we just met up over a period of 4 months, once a month, just to see, hey, how does that work? What did we do? How much money will we give? And then and then after those 4 months, we decided to give a short amount, like $400, but still, it's not. It is a lot if you think about it. And we just handed over to a local entrepreneur which business we like and which vision we would like to see grow. And we handed that over and said, no strings attached, that's our investment. We'd like to see your business thrive. Just wanted to experiment with it. How does it work?
It's like a minimal version of the fix that I do. Everything I do is right with that, and I can't download it because one of the libraries is corrupt. Well, no, I can't install it because one of the libraries is corrupt. So I'm trying to figure out, right, it's not supported. I don't know how to do I gotta find this documentation. Like different options. That's right. The stuff I use built up. Yeah, I only run around the top. It's all over. That's what it was all about. Yeah, the hardware we run is like really little crappy computers. Yeah, the OS has to be scan over it and then you can are you doing the idea? Yeah. I'm like considering this. So what we do is we I've seen that's what we process and that's separate there's a box that has like so we don't want to record it. The last 2 years, I've asked 144 terabytes it's just thinking like, and that's how I think nonsense. So if I go to 100, Stop that. So yeah, if we don't have anything to a hard drive except for output, then that's
So I try to connect it with farmers so that you like grow tight shoes.
It only opens everybody up to a lot of those. So if the boat does something already, and we have video footage, it's not going to be. I mean, that's not really not good.
That was our Purple Prize project. They partnered a couple years ago. It was called Gardening Week. So kind of like same idea. It's like
hey everyone, good afternoon. Alright, we're going to go ahead and get started. Thank you guys all so much for coming. It's awesome to see a bunch of Purple Prize teams here and a lot of familiar faces, a couple of mentors in the Purple Prize for the building phase also. And there's a ton of new faces here too, so I'm looking forward to meeting you guys. I'm sure the Purple Prize teams are looking forward to meeting you as well. And I encourage you guys to definitely talk to them and learn about the projects that they're working on. They're pretty incredible. For context, all these folks using, I guess, 26 teams, and then a number of the individuals who are on those teams who are in the room today, they're working on building social enterprises that are rooted in Hawaiian values, but are also have these technology-based components of both their business and their products, the core components of those things. And why do we do that? So there's a couple of reasons. So we believe in the Purple Prize that tech's potential to effectively and deeply create massive impacts for both social societies, environments, and ecosystems, and of course communities that are close to us and globally, but also to create massive scale and reach a huge number of users and impact great populations. So those are the reasons why we are focusing on technology. And so this is our 5th workshop, and it's on technology. And the folks in the room who are in the Purple Prize are working on moving from learning about things like Hawaiian culture and social and environmental impact and figuring out how can we use technology to solve some of the greatest crises and problems that we have here, but also abroad. So with that said, I'll walk you guys quickly through the agenda. So we're doing a lot today. We're going to start off with the way that we start off all of our Purple Prize events. And Clay's going to lead that in a second. We're going to merge into at 2:25 a TED Talk with James Pierce on the potential of emerging technology and also you guys' potential. We're going to go into breakout groups and discuss 3 of these emerging technologies that we think have some of the most potential to really create this kind of impact. And those are around artificial intelligence, the Internet of Things, and the blockchain. We're led by thought leaders in each of those spaces and founders of companies who are working in those spaces. So we're really looking forward to both of those. We're going to do a break at 4 o'clock. You guys can eat and stuff. And then 5 o'clock, we're going to 4:15, we're going to dive into the ethics of some of those technologies. At 5:15, we're going to do some skills-based workshop. And so in this workshop, we're trying to address 2 things. We're trying to accomplish 2 things. And one of those is to give you guys the skills and the knowledges that are sort of fundamental to you moving forward in your technology startups, but also for you guys to really gain familiarity with some of these technologies. And so we'll do a WordPress workshop with John LeBlanc when he shows up, and a collaboration station to sort of get you guys to be thinking together and facilitate a little bit of skills sharing some agile development, and close it off. But that being said, I'm going to go ahead and turn it over to Clay to get us started with the day. Lead us in April 9th.
Awesome. So if we could all get off of our seats and stand in a circle, maybe around the chairs and off the wall.
I think we need to move up.
We're trying something out a little bit differently today. We tried this at our last workshop, and it worked to an extent, but we're going to try it again. We're going to give Sifly a go. This is a meeting facilitation sort of solution that we looked up, or we found on the web. Some of you have probably used it. But what we love is if you can go ahead and if you need the Wi-Fi, go ahead and log on with this information. And then if you can go on sif.ly and then use the DAT9 code to log into the meeting, then I can, sort of tell you what to do next. Give you guys a couple of minutes to do that, or a minute to do that. So it's cool. So I can see all the devices that are getting connected right now. Not your phone numbers, but just the number of devices. They value privacy.
What are you doing?
Oh, does anyone still need it? Okay, go back. Let's go back. Sorry. All right, are we all pretty good? Does anybody still need some more time? Okay, let's move on. So today's going to be super collaborative. We are going to use this to help us to facilitate that collaboration and to get you guys to ask questions throughout each of the presentations that are on this main stage. There's a couple of breakout groups that are happening, like I was saying. Those won't be using Sifly, but right here we're going to try to use it as often as possible. So first, let's do a survey and figure out who's in the room. You can do that on your phones. This is awesome. So we've got mostly Purple Prize participants, of course, but it's good to see we've got a bunch of entrepreneurs, pretty even distribution of entrepreneurs, folks who are in the other category, some students. Okay, let's try another one. So this is a little bit tougher, maybe an existential question. What is one word you would use to describe technology? Cuts off at dangerous. So it cuts off at dangerous, and some other ones we have other than dangerous are capable, magic, power, progression, a lot of innovative, enabler or maybe enabling, a tool. This is great feedback. Convenience, that's interesting. Future. Definitely cool. So now you guys are starting to figure out how to use this, and I'm starting to figure out how to use this too. We got one more question until we dive into our keynote, and this last one is for Purple Prize teams. We'd love to. I think that we would all love to see what is the core technology that is involved in your project. What are you using? And you've got a number of different options. Some of them, I should say this, is that some of the technology isn't necessarily high tech in the Purple Prize. Some of these are things like social technology or things using like things innovative that may not be in these emerging technology categories or even using the internet. They're more in systems innovation. So I'd add that too. And a lot of these teams are also just still figuring it out. Okay, cool. A lot of other, good amount of AI. Who's got hardware? Who's working on the hardware in the Purple Prize? Oh, cool. Awesome. Okay. So this is Siftly. That's how this whole thing works. Yeah. So this is how Siftly works. And Clay, you can move us back over to the Google Slides. But yeah, with that, I'll introduce our first keynote speaker. And so he's James Pierce. He's just generally a pretty awesome dude, super experienced. Right now, I mean, he's working on some really interesting initiatives over at IBM. He is the senior state executive for both Hawaii and Guam, but is also working on, I mean, he'd explain it better, but a sort of community platform to help engage IBMers and consumers and others who are using these IBM products across the lifestyle of the actual product. Other than that, he's also, he has a fishing charter that he works on. And yeah, just a really cool guy. Couldn't have had a better person to open this up. He'll be talking about emerging technologies. And I'll turn it over to him. Can we all give James Pierce a warm welcome?
Aloha, how's everyone doing today? Good? Right on. Hey, I'm really stoked to be here. I'm a big believer in the Purple Mind, the Purple Prize, and it's something that I'm a big fan of. So thanks for taking time. My name is James Pierce. I'm easy to get in touch with. Please connect with me on LinkedIn, follow me on Twitter. And I like to tell people I'm a technologist by trade and an aspiring waterman by choice. But I say aspiring because at my age, I take a lot of lickings when I paddle out in North Shore, man, and you don't recover quite as easily. But we're not here to talk about spearfishing or surfing. Maybe that'll be the next session. We are here to talk about technology, and that's something I've been doing for a very long time. I've had roles in services, support, development, tech sales, and quite frankly, I love tech. Anyone here like technology? You know, it's cool. If it needs a power source or code, I'm in. You know, I like it already. But the reason I like technology might surprise you. Okay, so I don't like technology just for the tech itself. Okay, so I'm not a believer in blockchain because I want to have an intellectual debate on consensus algorithms, right? I don't think predictive analytics is cool because multivariate correlation on big data sets is mathematically and statistically cool, but it is. I'm not into artificial intelligence because I'm an SME in heuristics and neural network programming, because I'm not. The reason I like technology is because you can use it to solve problems, right? And so in business, those problems are kind of boring. It's usually decreased cost, increased revenue, faster time to market, increased customer satisfaction. And that's good because it keeps me gainfully employed. But the geek nirvana for James personally is when you use technology and you apply it to solve a social problem. Okay, to me that's really cool. Anybody here know who Dean Kamen is by chance? Okay, I got to meet Dean a few years ago. This guy is brilliant. Most people associate him because he created the Segway. But what I'm most impressed with is he brought the insulin pump to the market. Right? So he made a difference for millions of people with type 1 diabetes and not poking themselves in the arm 6 times a day. Or how about the big research hospitals using artificial intelligence to help with diagnostic, cancer diagnosis and personalized treatment plans? To me, that's super cool. And if you think about it, that's what all of you are doing, right? You're applying technology to solve a problem. Which brings me to something I want you to keep in the back of your mind as we talk today. Technology in and of itself has no inherent value. Okay, the value is when it's used to solve a problem. And I'll give you a case in point. So if I was to ask you, what is the value of, say, geolocation services or mobile SDKs like Swift or credit card transaction, electronic, credit card transaction systems? The answer is absolutely nothing. You put all 3 of those together and you create a rideshare service like Uber or Lyft, now you got something that's valuable. And I'm not talking about market capitalization either. I mean, let's keep it real. I can go overserve myself on Friday, make it home safe without endangering myself and others, thanks to this rideshare service, right? So I don't end up in a triple C, 3 hots and a cot. That's value. Okay, so we're going to talk about tech today. The first 3 things we're going to talk about, you're going to have a deep dive with somebody a lot smarter than me, okay? I'm going to try to give you a theoretical overview, kind of cliff notes to keep in the back of your mind, and tell you why you might want to consider using it for your projects, okay? So the first one is blockchain. Now, I had the opportunity to run the go-to-market strategy for IBM for blockchain. And when I got that growth opportunity, I flaunted my ignorance because I used to say blockchain and cryptocurrency were synonymous. Okay, so it took all of 20 minutes to realize I was an idiot. So blockchain, and spoiler alert, right? Blockchain is not cryptocurrency. Rather, blockchain is the underlying tech that makes the cryptocurrency application possible. Okay, and so if it's not cryptocurrency, what is it? And it's kind of simple, really. Blockchain is a secure, distributed, and immutable ledger system. And you're like, oh, well, what the heck does that mean? That's kind of hard to understand too. Let me try to use a real-world example for you. As Alec mentioned, I run fishing charters out of Kewalos. So let's say I get lucky tomorrow and I'm going to catch a couple ahi, right? Fingers crossed. I'm going to then take those fish to the block, Pier 38. The auction's going to auction it off. A buyer's going to buy the fish. Then he's going to sell the fish to his buyers, a lot of which are in Japan. Okay, the fish are flown to Narita, they're sold again, they're distributed, and eventually they end up at some fancy sushi restaurant. Okay, so in that scenario, there's probably 8 or more transactions involved between when we reel the fish in to where someone's eating a spicy ahi roll. All right. Now, with a ledger, every one of those participants maintain their own ledger. Okay, so I know I got $2 a pound. The buyer knows he paid $2 a pound. He sold it for $3 a pound, and so forth and so such. Now, humans being what we are, make a lot of mistakes, right? So there could be entry mistakes in those ledgers. Also, people are not all nice people. So what if the buyer says he paid $3 a pound and he skips out paying his GE tax? So here comes blockchain. Now all of a sudden we're all sharing the same ledger system so that it's transparent, okay? And it's not, no one's cooking the books, so to speak, right? The other thing that blockchain brings to the table is now I have the pedigree of those transactions. So I know, oh, it's Whipsaw Sport Fishing caught the boat, not the Blue Nun. It's, you know, Chemo, the buyer that bought it, and it's, you know, the restaurant that ultimately ended up with it. So with blockchain, it's definitely a disruptive approach to supply chain. So anything with a supply chain in it, Toyota Motors, 200 suppliers that they buy alternators from, that's, you know, a pretty much dead given use case for blockchain. But there are other more innovative use cases. One that comes to mind is a thing called PPIF. I don't know if anyone's ever heard of PPIF. PPIF is basically Twitter based on blockchain. So if you have a drunken tweet, you can never take it back, right? It's there forever and ever. They call it a peep, not a tweet. So that's when you might want to use blockchain anytime you have a supply chain. Something that you hear a lot about today is something called farm to table. So if you want to know that your vegetables and fruits are actually organic and you want to have that traceability all the way back to the source, you know, God forbid there's an outbreak of that rat lung disease stuff. You want to know, oh, that came from Waimanalo, right? And you can take care of it. So that's blockchain. Moving right along. Artificial intelligence. Now, I love AI. AI is so cool. Cloud is yesteryear. AI is this year, okay? A common question I get is, hey, what's the difference between AI and machine learning? Okay, so this is James's rule of thumb. If it's written in Python, it's probably machine learning, and if it's written in PowerPoint, it's probably AI, okay? So if you remember that, you'll be in good shape. But seriously, AI is a collection of services that are made available and possible today, okay? So machine learning is obviously one of those services. Natural language processing, natural language generation, speech to text, text to speech, image recognition, sentiment analysis, all of those are, I would group under the AI umbrella, okay? So when would you use AI in your application? So this is pretty straightforward too. If you're working with big data, or you're working with unstructured data, or distributed data, there's something in AI for you, okay? One of the #1 use cases that you see out there today in the real world, real application is chatbots, okay? So if you have a chatbot, something in your application, there's probably an AI microservice available to you. And I put a link up here. By the way, I'm sorry, I skipped the first link, and I skipped one other thing I'll talk about in a minute about blockchain. But with this link here will take you to a set of microservices that you can use for free in your application. Okay, that's what that AI link is for. And I skipped one kind of important point on blockchain, so I apologize. I'm going to just take a quick step back. Without getting into the technical gork, there are two basic approaches to blockchain. One is called permissioned blockchain, and one is called permissionless, okay? They differ in the way they handle anonymity. So with cryptocurrencies, they value anonymity, and that would be implementation, say, based on Ethereum. And what it means is that everybody sees the transaction, but they don't know who's on the periphery, okay? With a permissioned approach like Hyperledger, which is an open, that links up here, that's an open source project, a collection of projects. What happens is everybody knows and trusts the consortium, the people that are doing the transacting, but the transactions are permission based. So they're two fundamentally different approaches. I'm sorry I skipped that earlier. Moving right along. IoT, Internet of Things. Now, Internet of Things is pretty cool stuff. I think it may be defined as objects with embedded electronics and sensors that talk with one another, that can be remotely monitored or controlled. But really what IoT is and how it's made possible today is because the price point and the pervasivity of certain technologies like compute network, storage, and sensor tech is cheap enough and small enough where we can embed this stuff in a lot of different devices. There are two basic use cases or industries that we can talk about. One obviously is smart grid technology. So I throw some PV panels on my house. All of a sudden I'm a little mini energy station. Hawaiian Electric needs to know how much energy am I producing. They embed an IoT device and a smart meter, and now they have that data, okay? From a consumer standpoint, IoT is most often associated with smart home. So now my price per kilowatt's low enough I can run my AC. So I'd say, hey Alexa, lower the thermostat for me. It talks to my Nest thermostat, and it would recommend you guys take advantage of this, okay? That link there will bring you to a catalog of probably 120 microservices that you can use in your application. And the other cool part about it is that these microservices are 70% of where you gotta be. So if you're gonna be doing a chatbot and you wanna do speech to text, there's working code available that you can download and you can start working today. Okay, don't start from scratch. The other one is mobile. And you're probably thinking, hey James, I've had a mobile phone for 10 years. My 7-year-old has an iPad. This is an emerging tech. But the reality is there's all sorts of new function coming out in the mobile world. Things like haptic controls, right? Augmented reality, NFC or near field communications. Lots of stuff coming out. And my message here is, if you're creating an application, go mobile native, not mobile friendly or mobile aware. And what I mean by that is any WordPress template is going to give you a nice mobile friendly web front end, but it's different than if you code specific to a mobile device, like in Swift, okay? So there's a zillion more mobile devices than there are laptops, and you want to get your product in as many hands as possible. Mobile first would be my suggestion. Yeah. All right, moving right along. This brings up the second key concept I would like to suggest to you today. And that is, you don't need to be a subject matter expert in any one of those technologies, but you do need to understand the context of emerging technologies so that you go, oh, you know what? There might be something there I can use. Okay, now you might turn into an SME once you do a microservices project, but you don't start that way. So awareness is more important than expertise at this point in time. So I have some bonus material. So we're actually done with emerging tech, but you know what? Technology is just one piece of that overall solution. Okay, so I wanted to just briefly touch on design methodologies. Okay, so we talked about microservices. They're industry recognized and standard ways in which you do design. Two of the more modern approaches is something called agile development and design thinking. Design thinking actually encompasses and embodies a lot of the agile principles, but they have some common characteristics. First and foremost is a maniacal focus on the end user and the customer experience, okay? I can't overstate that enough. It's all about your customer and the experience that they're gonna get when they interact with your product service offering, okay? Also, they're very iterative. So it's not like this big long waterfall process. We're gonna be doing sprints. Maybe the sprints are only 2 weeks long. And you're going to iterate, and improve, continuous improvement all the time, okay? And it's designed not only to foster innovation and outside-the-box thinking, it's designed to get you to an MVP quickly. That's your goal. That's your goal in Purple Prize. That's your goal in general. An MVP is minimally viable product. Okay, you want to get it out the door as quick as possible, get it into your customer, your stakeholders' hands, and then listen to what they got to say, okay? Because I hate to say it, but 9 out of 10 times we fail on our first attempt. You got to be able to shift quickly, okay? But you can't do that if you're hiding it from your customer, all right? And by the way, when I say minimally viable product, I don't mean you need a working app on an iPad, okay? You can have a paper prototype, you can have wireframes. That's also perfectly valid. All right, you can have a mock-up on an iPad with no functionality whatsoever. And The idea here is that failure is good. Failing fast is good. See, failure is not a problem. It's only a problem if you spend $3 million in 9 months and then fail. Okay, if you spend 3 weeks and a few $1,000s, that's okay. You still have money in the bank to try again. Now, this is an important link, and I don't know how you guys get the presentation, but this link I highly recommend. It's free training. It'll take you about 3 hours, and you'll end up with a design thinking certification, a little acclaim badge. But more importantly is you'll get some stuff you can use in your projects around empathy maps and approaches to design. Okay, so that's a bonus link. Everything's free. All right, and then the final thing that I'm going to touch on, and this is definitely not emerging tech, but we talked about technology, we talked about methodology. The third piece of the pie here is collaboration, okay, and how you pull your team together to work efficiently and effectively. Okay, so I randomly picked 5 tools I use every day in my job that you should, I'm not suggesting you got to use these tools, but you should be using something to collaborate. And they're all free, they're all web-based. First one is Slack. Slack is like instant messaging on steroids, okay? It's cool stuff. I suggest if you don't have something in place now, that's something I would suggest. Another one is Trello. Trello is pretty cool too. I call that project management for mere mortals. So it's not going to do critical path analysis and resource leveling and that kind of stuff. But what it is going to do is it's going to give you visibility in a shared workspace to keep track of different work streams and where you're at and where you need to be. So I highly recommend Trello. Mural is really cool too. Murally, this is when you do design thinking and you do start working on empathy maps. A lot of that stuff is, all that ideation is done with sticky notes. And so what Murally does is it gives you the electronic web-based version of that. And so Mural is really cool. Did you have a question, sir?
I was just saying that to someone.
Okay. All right, 2 other quick ones. Video conferencing is such a commodity. I mean, everybody should be using it. I don't care if it's FaceTime, Zoom, GoToMeeting. I use WebEx. No preference here. It's whatever is free and what you have available. But the idea here is, do you really want to be going from downtown to Pearl City to meet your group at 5 p.m. on Friday? Come on. Or do you want to go from Kapolei to Hawaii Kai, 9 a.m. on Monday? Jump on a video conference, guys, and save the gas and save the frustration. And then finally, I used to do IT architecture. That was my job. And I did a lot of process engineering, so I did a lot of pretty pictures, okay? Well, I'm not an architect anymore, but I still love drawing pretty pictures. And the reason is because language is imperfect, okay? There's connotative meanings. You think you got agreement, but when you actually get down to it, there was a miscommunication. So whether you're using something like Lucidchart or Blueworks Live or Visio, I don't really care what the tool is, or a napkin and a pen, draw a pretty picture, okay? Because it's gonna save you a ton of frustration in the future. All right? So that covered technology, methodologies, collaboration, which probably brings us to our third and final concept, and something I hope that you'll take out of this. A successful IT project it happens at the intersection of technology, people, and process. You're not going to get there if you only do one of the 3. You're going to need all 3 to get there and be successful, okay? And I think that leaves us to our very last slide, which are just some final thoughts, and I didn't know where to throw this in. Excuse me. So the first one, know your emerging tech. Okay, we just hit a couple of items. We didn't talk about a lot of other things, predictive analytics, augmented reality. We could have gone into a lot of other, containerization, Docker, Kubernetes. There's a lot of emerging tech. And I'm not asking you to do a doctoral thesis here. I'm asking you to go out and just do some research. There's like a lot of these futurists and think tanks. All you gotta do is read what they come up with. And the funny part is, last night in my Twitter feed, I ran across this Future Today Institute. No idea that these people existed before last night. I go out there, I download a 381-page research paper. I haven't read it all yet. I did skim it, and it is an amazing piece of academia. And I'm not an academician, but I tell you, you can learn a lot from that paper. So I threw that link up here just because I found it last night. I already told you to use methodologies that are already out there that are proven. But one thing we didn't really talk about, but I'd like you to really take to heart, is use prior art. So at one point in my career, I was all about patents, and you do things called prior art search. You know, I'm going to go out on a limb and say nothing that you're doing is 100% original. Okay, somebody else has probably thought about this, probably a lot of people. And the link that I put up here is a reference architecture link. So if you know you want to do a chatbot, you want to do text-to-speech, or you want to do sentiment analysis on a Twitter feed or something, the code already exists. The architecture already exists. Go out there, click around, get to GitHub, download the code, and don't start from scratch. Don't reinvent the wheel. Number 3, and this is why we're all here today, is collaborate, 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 right? Work on your coconut wireless. I'd suggest to you, JFK didn't send anybody to the moon, Zuckerberg didn't come up with the social network, Gates didn't come up with the desktop operating system. But they did get a lot of smart people together working towards a common goal. And that's exactly what you got to do with your teams. And I'm looking out here, and you guys all look really smart. So I think the collective IQ in this room is probably pretty impressive. So make some new friends and ideate, bounce ideas off of each other. And then finally, and this is more of kind of a personal suggestion that I have to you, I'm 50 years old. I still have probably a dozen mentors in my life. Okay, they're professional mentors, personal mentors, financial mentors, spiritual mentors. Go make a new friend. Find somebody you respect or you admire, that you trust. Bounce ideas off of them. You know, you'll benefit from that outside viewpoint and from their experiences. And again, today's a good opportunity to find some mentors, right? Find some new friends. So that's all I have. I think we're right on target, and we can do our questions, which came in through some mobile interface, or not.
You guys can just go ahead and ask questions too, James.
Very informal. Everybody who's not named Olin can ask a question. Actually, Olin and I go way back. One of the funnest things I've ever done in my professional career was a little innovation, little .com out of Manoa Innovation Center. Thus my connection with Purple Prize. Yes, sir.
Do you use the drone to find fish?
So the question, this is a good one because it involves fishing as well. Extra credit for that question. The question is, have we ever used a drone to find a fish? Now, I have used drones, but it was to make a video for my YouTube videos on the boat. But the big time tuna fleets, the ones that are absolutely raping our ocean, they not only use drones, they use aircraft to find the big schools and then rape them. I haven't, just because it's hard enough to get the drone off the boat and back on the boat without bloodshed, which is, but it's a good application for drone tech. They do use drones to sell houses, right? You guys see that? Everybody wants to fly over the house. Yeah. Good question. Yes, sir.
James, I love social media because it's free and it's easy to access. What is your feeling about that?
Oh man, now that's another fantastic question. Question is, what's your take on social media? Now, full disclosure, I have responsibility in my little skunkworks thing at IBM for social eminence. I love social media, absolutely love it. In fact, I think I said spread the word today, guys. Let's get the Purple Maya message out. And what I like about social media, there's a lot of things. One is the network effect, okay? It is really powerful. So I use a tool from LinkedIn called Elevate. that gives me visibility into reach and engagement. And it's amazing. If I share something, let's say I have 1,500 followers, and it gets shared 40 times, but one of my friends has 15,000 followers. So now, all of a sudden, instead of 1,500 impressions, I have 16,500 impressions. So there's an exponential growth thing I like about social media. I also think it's organic, and it tends to bring like-minded people together. So I'm a massive fan of social media. It does have some interesting privacy conversations, obviously, right? Zuckerberg had to go to testify, and they still seem to have problems keeping data secure. But that stuff will work itself out, I think, over time. Thank you. That's a great question.
We got one that came in here. What is the right platform for mobile? How can I write once and run anywhere? The question to you, or maybe a question to somebody else?
Well, don't we have a mobile guru that can chime in if they're in the room. So the concept of write once, run anywhere has been around since the 90s. It wasn't true then, and I'm going to suggest to you it's probably not true now, right? There are luckily only a couple choices in the mobile space, right? Droid and Apple. And thankfully for the microservices, you can at least get the functionality that you want in one way, right? Via REST. To get it on the screen and on the actual device, there may be some differences. And I don't know who the mobile guru is in the room that may want to chime in too. Are they here?
Does anyone have an answer to that question? The question was, right platform for mobile, run once and run anywhere?
No,
I can give you some.
Here you go, sir. It reaches, might not reach. You have to come here, man. Sorry.
Sorry.
Okay, that is generally a very tough question, but there are some applications that some frameworks you could use, like React Native, if you're not writing anything very complex or anything like that. So there are some like PhoneGap, React Native, for simple apps that require like database access. But for anything really complex, like what I'm doing, you might want to stick to a specific platform and work on it. It really depends if you're doing something like heavy number crunching or a simple web-based app. So it really depends on your use case. That's how I can say it.
Yeah, I really appreciate you chiming in. See, we're collaborating already. This is good stuff.
Yeah, we've got one more that came in here.
Okay.
So have you seen any products or services that are good examples of how to integrate each of the emerging technologies you mentioned? Or are there, I guess the better question, or not the better question, but a refined question would be multiple, like an integration of multiple technologies in one platform?
So the question is there gold standard for integrating all of the tech together? I would suggest to you that even when you think about, say, IoT, which again is a conglomeration of technology, right? Or mobile, right? Those all make use of services and functions that are available through AI and cognitive. So really, the tech landscape is very, I don't know how to say it, it's very interwoven. And the art of all of this is to figure out how to do something innovative with those pieces of tech. So, you know, I used in my Uber example, geolocation, credit card transacting, and what was the third piece? Mobile first development. But actually that also has a social component where you do rating. So I oversimplified it. There are a lot of examples where a lot of this technology comes together. So that's a good one. Yes, ma'am.
I'm curious about your thoughts on what's happening with cybersecurity and all of the fact that there's so many data breaches now and all the stuff living in the cloud. And from a user experience, when I talk to people, they're getting very gun shy about jumping on all of these technology bandwagons because they're very concerned about their data. Any thoughts on how
I've got a lot of thoughts. but I'll try to keep it. I'll try to keep it short. So the question is, what's your thoughts around cybersecurity, the data breaches, the impact that has personally, and it sounds like for the industry as a whole. And one of the best quotes I've ever heard in my life was at a cybersecurity conference, and the speaker said, "You can't stop stupid, but you can slow it down." I would suggest to you that when Facebook gets popped with plain text passwords sitting in a relational database somewhere, there's a solution for that, and the solution's been around for close to 30 years. It's called encryption at rest, right? We do encrypted data already with HTTPS type SSL protocols. So I think that a lot of the data breaches are due to laziness. I don't think that any of this doesn't have a technology solution. I just think that people in general don't have an awareness, or they don't take it seriously enough. Now, one thing I will say in general is technology tends to take off and become pervasive, and then the government, being the government, lags behind with the appropriate legislation, right? But they get there eventually. And so if we talk about GDPR and stuff like that, right, for protecting PI data, I think we'll get there, and I think that eventually companies will get burned enough, either financially or I'll stop using their social platform, that they're going to take the appropriate steps. Now, I will also say that James personally is probably in the minority, but I like targeted advertising, right? Because I don't know what I don't have yet. So when they say, "Oh yeah, James, I got this new lure, blah blah blah," I kind of like that. It's better than getting pitched on, baby products that may be more applicable for my wife. So I do like the fact that you can target market. And the other thing that really blows me away that I don't understand is, why is it everyone's worried about what Big Brother's doing to your data, but you'll download any app on your phone and you just immediately click accept, accept, accept. I just don't get it. There seems to be a disconnect there. Sure.
There seems to be a movement going that is talking about us as users of our own data, owners of our own data, and selling it back to companies, because like right now, yeah, we're using all this stuff for free, they got our data, they're making tons of money off of it, and we get squashed. So are you familiar with like that kind of movement that's going on? Is that like taking off at all?
So I don't know that I'm personally familiar with it, but I love the concept. So the question was, is there something that we can, there's apparently a movement, I don't doubt, where we can monetize our own data. I absolutely love that. So I can already envision an exchange whereby, like right now, if I buy advertising from LinkedIn, I can go and I can get a demographic set. I can say I want people that have a bachelor's or better degree in this zip code that follow these topics, right? And then then it goes to kind of a market where I bid on that data with other advertisers that want to reach them. So I think what you're asking is, well, why can't I make some money? If I'm in that demographic, I want some payback. Love the idea, because the amount of time I spend on the web, I might, be able to afford something. So I like the idea. I'm not personally familiar with some of the initiatives, though. Those are great questions. Thank you. Yes, sir.
So when you talk about AI machine learning, is it by data science locally? How do we make sure that our technology is ready for the future?
Okay. You might need a little clarity, but what I heard the question to be is, if I am using machine learning for something, some application, how do I know when it's ready for prime time? Is that kind of for production? So generally speaking, most people think things are ready for production before they are. I would suggest that it really depends on the application. So if you're using it to predict where James is going to go get a beer on Friday night so you can target market my phone to a 2-for-1 special, if it's not ready for production, nobody gets hurt. If you're using it to I don't know, control a 737's ailerons, right? I would suggest to you that the level of production readiness, the quality is a little different. But having said that, and I think I even saw it in the agenda, I think there was a little breakout about ethical considerations with AI. There's some really neat stuff in there, guys. It turns out that algorithms can be unethical. It turns out that AI can be bigoted, okay, can have bias. And then it's funny that to hear people come forward with ideas to have AI watching AI. Okay, so that's a really cool, like, intellectual discussion we can have. I guess what I would suggest to you, in addition to, it really depends on the application, that it's okay not to be ready for production and still get it in your user's hands. I think that's a real common problem. Everybody wants to be 100% before you give it to your customers. Guess what? 70–80% is usually enough, and it'll at least get you focused, and then you'll find out what you don't know, because you don't know what you don't know. Customers will use stuff different than you think, and you might have to then go back and hit a security thing, or you might have to adjust some algorithms to make it ready for prime time. So don't try to hold off till it's perfect.
That's all we got time for.
All right, thanks again, guys. Big mahalo.
Awesome. Thank you so much, James. All of the resources that he referenced in his presentation, we're going to have that sent out to you after today. And then also, of course, if you check out Ho'okui, we've been updating some of the modules on that. That's our online learning platform. You can check that out at purpleprize.com/Ho'okui. We'll have a tech one following this workshop. Yeah, I mean, moving on. I forgot to mention also, Jody wanted me to do some housekeeping. So the bathrooms are located behind these panels, I guess, from my perspective. But for you guys, it's just down that little hallway over there. There's some coffee and water over here as well. Yeah, so that's where everything is. For our breakout groups, we've got those coming up next. So there's three of them we've got planned for today, which are diving in deeper to some of the emerging technologies that James referenced. These will help you guys to get both a conceptual understanding of what these things are and a little bit more context on the components of them, but then also be able to get a better understanding for some interesting use cases. So down here on this main stage area, we're going to have Alan's team leading blockchain unchained. Alan works at Central Pacific Bank right now, leading innovation. But he also in the past has worked on the innovation side with Visa and with PayPal in the Asia Pacific region. Upstairs on the second floor in the mezzanine, if you take these stairs up, you can meet Vincent Kimura, who is the CEO of Smart Yields, talking about IoT and then talking about the business case for Internet of Things. So Smart Yields is an Internet of Things company in the agriculture space and the ag tech space. So you can learn about that. What's also interesting about Vincent's talk is he's going to touch lightly on regulated crowdfunding, which is kind of a new non-dilutive financing instrument. I'm going to tell you guys a little bit more about some other stuff we've got going on in that space. But it may be interesting to see how that fundraising is actually done. It's community equity, so yeah, that'll be interesting to talk about how he did that for his company. And then finally, we've got our third breakout group behind these whiteboards with Alex Cabello, who's the CTO and co-founder of Algorithmics, and he'll be running a deep dive on artificial intelligence. So those are your three options. They're extremely difficult options. So I'll give you guys 5 minutes to sort of figure out where you want to go and to organize yourselves in those places. Yeah.
That's because I'm just randomly
of mathematicians have found a way to do error detection, backpropagation, which use calculus to go back and figure out what's kind of the best way to optimize those weights so that it can become better at predicting what it's happening. So backpropagate through the network, finds out what the errors are, change the weights. And then we keep repeating this process like 1,000 times. One propagation, calculating the weights, change the weights until the network performs well. We're happy. Our network's actually detecting cats. I mean, that's when people are saying train your neural network. This is the process. I mean, it's really involved, but this is the basic high level what's going on. Any question? What's going on? Yes. How do you test it? Okay, so that's kind of all built into the algorithms. You just count it initially, here's the labels, here's your data. It'll calculate, it'll tell you initially it's only 5% correct. And all your training data tells you if they're 100% correct. But typically you want to, okay, there's this thing called overtraining. So if you keep training on your training data, it gets really good at just detecting cats in the training data. When you give it new data, it can't detect cats anymore. So there's a balance there. You want to train it to a point where it's good at detecting cats in the training data, but when you give it new data, you can also detect cats. And that's when you know when to stop the training process. You can train this thing forever, and you'll get really good at detecting cats in the training data. That kind of makes sense.
Alex, that process in terms of the amount of processing power we need, is that something that can happen on a cell phone, or does it have to go to a larger computer cloud?
Yeah, we probably need to use GPUs, like these little GPU units that were used for gaming are now being used to calculate the network reach and stuff. Yeah, you probably need something like that if you're going to do a big GPU. Yeah.
Graphics processing.
You can buy one, or you can rent it. But you definitely need one if you're going to do your own training. It'll take a long time. Yeah, I think like TensorFlow, which I'll touch up upon, all those that kind of automatically give a bunch of GPUs and batch them off.
CPUs, just have like more of them.
It's actually not efficient. So just to give you a little just example, one really high-end CPU versus one with high-end GPUs. There's probably a factor of 1,000. Wow. So that's how much the cost factor is. The cost factor is not 1,000. Yeah, so 1,000 CPUs will still cost a lot more than one GPU.
The newer GPUs from NVIDIA use specialized computations to make things computations faster, and they get cheaper.
Yeah, so deep learning, so this is what we're talking about. So deep learning, you probably heard of this. It's just, so this neural network that I showed you is relatively shallow. You're talking about 10. So the deep learning, when you ever hear the term deep learning, all it is really large artificial intelligence. We're talking thousands of recently. And it only became very popular recently is because you couldn't, neural networks have been around for a long time, but you didn't have the processing power or you don't have data to actually utilize large artificial neural networks. That's where we're kind of seeing this surge, because there's all these GPUs, that's why you see a lot of this. And here's an example of deep neural network. So this is a Google exception deck. We won the award in 2015 of best performing image detection. They have a competition every year. And yeah, a lot of smart scientists at Google figured out, oh, this architecture works really well. What's really cool for us is this is all open. We've actually spent probably millions of GPU hours to train this network. We can use this on the box. So I'll actually show you that. So we're going to use TensorFlow. The TensorFlow is sort of a machine learning framework by Google. Keras is a neural network, so a library. These are kind of industry standard stuff. TensorFlow hubs, you have a bunch of neural networks that you can use out of the box. And then ImageNet is the competition I'm talking about. There's 20 million images. People are actually hand labeling these guys. And this is what all these sort of benchmark for doing image detection. Let's show you some code. Okay, so this is Python. It's a Jupyter notebook. So this is kind of a way to prototype your, prototype code in like a notebook environment. So instead of running one line at a time to see how else. Yeah, it's definitely highly recommend you learn a little bit about Jupyter notebook and Python. That's kind of standard. So I'm actually gonna, this is running on Google's Collab. And it allows you to run Jupyter notebooks. It's free right now because I think they're beta testing. So they're kind of testing out all the hardware so you can run stuff for free. It's really fast. So you can actually do something fun.
So you call this, you said you call this a notebook?
Yes.
But it's Python language?
Yeah, Python is open source language. Okay. And TensorFlow, all those tools I'm listing, all open source. It's all free to use. Okay, so first thing here, whenever you start with Collab, your environment is basically free. So you have to install kind of software you need. The first one is just installing TensorFlow. These are just some inputs, but this line here is really interesting. Just this one line of code here is going to say, go to that TensorFlow hub, grab the weights for the Inception P3 network. So Google's published that really big network. This link here. So what's happening is you're just grabbing that link and initializing the TensorFlow network with that weights. Right here, you just put this is initializing Keras with the weights. From a programmer's perspective, it's very, very simple. Okay, so now we're going to run this guy. So I already found out this is a cat. So it's going to go to this URL and get a cat. He's got some random image of a cat. Okay, so this just tells you resizing the cat to the size that it's never used. It's 29 inches. So we're taking that image, running through the network, it's going to predict, give us a result. The result is 82. That's just an index into the label. So there's another text file that has all the labels associated with that. It's about 10,000 objects in it. So this is just saying, it's identifying that picture as index 282. So all you gotta do now is just look it up. The actual labels, which is right there. And then we show up what it's actually is predicting. And I didn't realize this, but cat is a type of cat. So it's predicted.
So Garfield's a cat.
Yeah, the cat with stripes. I didn't know that. At first I thought
somebody's a cat owner.
Dog lover all the way. No cats. That's because there was a teacher named Tabby Cats in class. And I was
how would you know?
What does that mean? And she's like, no, our cats are Tabby Cats. I'm like, what is that? She goes, we're Garfield. I'm like, so that's how I know it's a Tabby Cat. I'm a dog lover. No cats. Cool. Using it for free.
Can you put a person's face in it? Can you change that link in real time to something else and see what it says it is? Or does it only predict animals?
No, you can predict a lot. There's about 10,000 different objects you can tell.
What happens if you put a person's face? What is it determined? Like, it just says male, female?
Like if you give them like a person in a uniform, like it tells them military uniform. So it depends on what they train. There's a contest. So yeah, so you try to limit it to
One of the things that I have with the AI, especially the biases you want to have, is this thing that AI cannot exact that makes mistakes. Some serious mistakes.
Yeah, it's definitely not perfect. So yeah, it's just still ongoing research. So what I'm talking about today might be obsolete next year. This time around. So it's moving that fast. Okay, so what if? So like I said, there's 10,000 objects in there. What if we have something very specific to train? And we actually did this for the purple muscle. I had an intern use our neural network. We want to identify two specific types of fish. It's actually invasive, fish in Hawaii. So the idea was to be able to detect these fish and kind of track the population on that. She was able to do that with the already pre-trained model. And what we call this is it's called transfer learning. So just for a high level, this neural network is trained all the way to the end to just detect those 10,000 objects that was for the competition. But what you can do is actually remove the last 5 layers of the network and train your own classifier. And reuse all this stuff here, which might take millions of hours to train. So the stuff on the left side is called backbone. And it's basically a feature dependent. So it's able to go into the image and find lines and all this stuff and stuff. So all this is about feature perception. The last 5 layers are just classification. So it's taking, say you want a new image, you train it with new data. You'll be good at classifying this stuff. So I'm not going to go into an example, but it's interesting. There's a lot of examples online. So there's no expert programming. You're not telling us, this is Super Mario Brothers.
By just literally watching the screen but not doing as much as like
it's super cool. I mean, if you kind of read up on this, there's this tournament on this software called AlphaGo. It's a huge deal. I mean, Go is a really big game in Korea. It's supposedly one of those games that the machine wasn't able to learn. It was so complicated.
It's called AlphaGo.
The game is called Go. The software that Google wrote is called AlphaGo, but based on this, they beat the world channel, which just stirred up all this emotion about AI. Like, well, we gotta invest more money. Yeah, so there's a lot of work being done. This where you can't label the data. Like, it's hard to label pixels, right? You say, well, it's just impossible. You can't say, well, I can't label on the screen and say, well, let's do this. I mean, it's really difficult. Right. So, yeah, this is the way you would do training on something you don't have labels for.
How does it know what winning is?
That's what I'm trying to figure out.
How do you know what?
What winning is?
The score. So you give it a reward. So the reward is trying to maximize the reward. So if you tell it, that's one thing. It's very able to. You have to tell it a reward function, which is a score.
Okay, so you did give it some type of something.
Yeah, and it's just like us. We have. We're trying to either complete the game or trying to complete.
I'm trying to understand.
Yeah, you're right.
Comparing it to
yeah.
us, since it's basically, but
Yeah,
It's the
actually,
only comparison we
that is
had.
actually
Was it like a 2-year-old that walked up and just kept pressing the buttons until it got to 3 and it started realizing that, oh, now I can get further. It got to 4 and it was like, oh. But somebody else had to come along and say, well, if you fall in the hole, you die. Like, you had to define it.
Yeah.
It didn't just
And they won't
big
fall in the
crowd.
hole. They won't fall in the hole and say, well, I'm going to score well. And next time, try not to fall in the hole.
But somebody told it, keep getting a higher score to win.
Yeah.
Okay. That's what I'm trying to understand. Like,
Okay,
you're
sorry,
scared, like, oh, this thing's not figuring out. Don't fall in the hole. Score points. You're going to live.
So,
we're done.
okay. So I'm going to give you a real quick thing.
Terminator is here. Let's go home. No. Give me the bars soon.
No, but there is work in generalized intelligence, which I'm definitely not an expert at there. I'm trying to help you. I'm the computer just learn from nothing.
Yeah, exactly. Like,
if you really want to blow your mind, go home and Google the phrase Google teacher AI learns how to walk. Google has an AI that you put in an environment and it literally took a stick figure and taught itself how to walk with no input. Yeah, it's insane.
It looks a little weird, but it works.
And it looks a little weird, but that's because nobody trained it. And think about that, right? So the way it looks is still somewhat close to how people walk.
Yeah.
And that's completely independent. Nobody taught it to do that.
I mean, when I just think about this, it's almost kind of like some of the stuff we did at the Tiny episode. I can just remember, and I think all of us can at some point in time, as a child, like you almost looked in the mirror and taught yourself how to smile. You had your smile, but then you're like, I don't like that, I'm gonna smile like this. Or, you know, everybody dresses this way, so I'm gonna dress like that. Like, you taught yourself to get into a realm to where you discovered yourself. But a lot of folks nowadays are still trying to figure out, well, I'm trying to discover myself to figure out what I want to do in life. But when you say a machine is walking, regardless of how it looks when it walks, it might look weird, but if you can teach yourself, it's the same as you looking in the mirror and saying, well, I'm going to start dressing this way today.
Actually, a lot of robotics will use simulation to try to teach the robot to walk in simulation, and then they load that onto the computer. Okay, so for reinforcement learning, OpenAI, this is actually a company that Elon Musk, it's a non-profit. And they have created this tool called OpenAI Gym, so it's an environment to train reinforcement learning algorithms. So this is a breakout is a targeting, and basically there's a ball, it's like ball, you just kind of break all the, I'll just show you how simple it is to set up an environment. I would actually find it. You basically install OpenAI Gym here, and then integrate it into your Python library. And then this line of code here is actually running the environment. So it just here you tell it which environment you want to run. So you already have a bunch of different environments, like breakout home, you have other targeting. There's a lot of examples to and then this here is where you put your reinforcement algorithm. So right on here, environment action space sample. So this is not reinforcement learning algorithm. All it does is see just a random action.
Scariest so, 2019.
You should run this for 30 times and never learn it because it's just taking random steps. Obviously, I just wanted to show you how simple it is to set an environment. So you would replace this guy here with the reinforcement algorithm. But as you might expect, I'll just show you what happens when I run this. The palm line, this was actually created from this experiment, but it's really bad for it. That ball is supposed to bounce back up. So that just shows you that this ball actually so this actually has a neural network called Euler. It's not this complicated. I didn't write this, but it's just uses a video network to trace basic trace in your network to figure out what's the best action to do. And just a few episodes of that, you kind of see the machine figuring out and they can actually play. And this is not, remember, it's a very generalized algorithm, so I can apply this algorithm to different issues. I should be able to. So, but if I train a little bit like a smart one. Yeah. So, that's reinforcement learning. Any questions? Yeah. Okay, so next. Okay, so how do we take all this that we learned and actually deploy out in useful application? That's kind of where microservices is. Okay, so what are microservices? I mean, it's a software development approach where the software is composed of very small independent services, but very specific and specialized services. And you have a lot of them. And they basically communicate over this API is called. APIs, but are very popular on just REST. And REST is just what the internet works on. When you go to a web page, that's just a REST call. So imagine being able to call services just to the internet. That's all REST API works. And what's the difference between what is a microservice compared to like a monolithic service? So a monolithic service is just here's what I want to do. I'm just going to build all the software in one big monolithic code base. Probably very highly coupled, same technology. If I choose like .NET or something, it would be all Microsoft. That's that sort of monolithic. And the microservices is identifying all those little services in your monolithic service and breaking them out into individual services. And they can communicate with each other through API. And the benefit of that is give a team of technical skills. Say you have a Python developer and a JavaScript developer. You can give them two different microservices to code on. And they can kind of work in their own way, their specialties. Their interfaces, it doesn't matter if they're working Python or JavaScript, their interfaces will still work. So you give the team technical freedom. And they're very easy to deploy and scale. So if you have to scale up your application, you don't have to scale up the entire code base. Scale this individual service when you need it. And obviously it's very reasonable. So without that infrastructure, I wanted to do a lot of traffic so we have different services. That makes sense? Yeah. Services.
Yes. So language agnostic, it's not
yeah. The interfaces are language agnostic.
What about like on the server side?
Yeah, by the context of probably cloud-based, but yeah, you can design local systems, microservices too.
Yeah, it can go cloud or just basically server-based, either on the cloud or on a local server.
And you can think of it, I mean, if you're just doing it like a local space, you can get APIs. But in a cloud environment, you have all these services talking to each other. Okay, so ML microservices. So what's the relationship there? So now you can think of it, each ML model that we create is usually very specialized microservice. They can be very good at doing one thing. And you communicate with that service just through REST APIs. So we're going to go, here's some tools to do it. I'm going to quickly touch up on these things, but Docker allow you to deploy code to the cloud or anywhere. It's basically an environment that allows you to deploy and scale. Kafka and Redis allows you to connect multiple services together, so it's up to you to manage them. And then lastly is Node.js and JavaScript. These tools to write the REST API to communicate with your machine learning. And then I'm a big fan of React. If you're going to create a UI, Okay, so here's an example. I came up with this 2 days ago. I talking to like something my wife. What can we use the cat detector for? Okay, so I have this problem in my house. Where there's this neighbor's cat taking crap in my yard.
Oh, I need that. My neighbor too. Called Humane Society and everything. They don't do nothing.
So
Told you I'm not a cat person.
There's a 3 microservice I
Yeah, I'm on patrol every night.
So I have a cat at home, right? So I need a microservice to collect the data. So whenever it has motion, it's going to send that image to the image collector. And then our, the cat detector we actually saw running. We didn't have that as a microservice. And then I need another microservice to text me.
That's awesome. So it's recognizing the same cat that's
Any kind of cat. Let's just do any cat. But you can't train it to do one specific cat, but you have to go and think a lot of things like
I noticed how you have those in the Docker logo, and I've always had this curiosity with Docker. I'll apologize, probably just being too lazy and watching YouTube, but is Docker like just a container? So it's the entire operating system and everything inside the container? So it's almost like a virtualized image.
Think of it as a stripped down virtual machine.
Okay.
But can run anywhere.
Yeah.
Anywhere, so Docker itself is like a server, and then you put the image inside of it, and it launches it.
Yep.
Like VirtualBox.
Yeah, something like VirtualBox.
It's lighter weight than VirtualBox.
Okay.
It's actually not starting up like an operating system.
Oh, it's not.
It's actually just running. It's not display, but it's actually running directly on the host machine. But in like a
stripped down container.
Yeah.
It's actually a little lighter weight than VirtualBox.
Yeah, that's a stripped down virtual machine.
Yeah, so we deploy all the microservices and Docker containers, and they have a specific job.
So each one of these, the cat detector, the image
So I've identified 3 here. This should give me, so if these work correctly, this should send me a full set to the cat. So that's the idea of it. So how to connect these microservices together? You can actually connect them directly. They can communicate with each other, but I'm going to use Kafka because I like to, this is my preference. I like to publish a Skype thing where messages push to a Microsoft service. This is Kafka. This is all free stuff. And anyone subscribe to the Kafka will get notifications. And anyone can subscribe, so it makes it really easy. Let's go through the example and see if this works. So there's a cat in my yard. The camera detected it, sends it over to a little image collector service. So that guy says, okay, there's a new image available. So it pushes it to the Kafka. Then our ML detector, which is listening for image, new images, gets a notification that says, here's a new image. It goes in there and processes it. Hey, there's a cat there. So it goes back and publishes that to Kafka that says, there's a cat. And so my phone text message, if it works, it's going to get a notification from Kafka that says, we found a cat. And it's going to send me a text message. Okay, that makes sense. This simple service.
But it could.
We're going to extend this. Because the problem with this, it worked for a little while. I ran out there, just chased the cat away. But now the cat got smart. It's only coming in my yard and taking crap and like, I'll let him out. This doesn't work anymore. So I was thinking,
so the cat's AI is learning before it's
Oh wow, the
sprinkler system. So what's really cool about this is we went on the microservice path. So this is a cool example of microservice stuff, because we can just reuse what we have already. Just attach on a new service that says.
Now, are you telling it to do that, or would you dare just try to let it learn to do that? At the expense of you paying the water bill.
Well, it's actually kind of learning because the machine learning part is learning really captured.
So, but is it trying to? But does it say? What I'm saying is like. would you just give it all of the tools on the plate and say, I want to see if it decides to turn the sprinkler on the next time it sees a cat?
It's a good research project, but if you're trying to put something together quickly, this is probably the right route, at least for the current technology.
Oh, okay.
So now we got a new service where we just added this guy here. It still works the same. There's always sprinklers turn off, and I'm happy. But now my neighbor's not happy. So he's like, well, I want your system, right? So everybody in the neighborhood. Okay, so now we're like, well, we got maybe 50 people, and what you're finding out is the cat detector is kind of bogging out, can't keep up with the imagery. Here's another cool thing about microservices is I can scale up the cat detector to many, since it's running like a microservice, I can scale that up to many Docker containers. And I can keep up without much architectural change, just add more cat detectors. So now I can load balance, right?
Yeah, that makes sense.
So that's another example of microservices scaling. And that's the reason why you want to do this. In the monolithic approach, you have to replicate the whole thing.
That's inefficient.
Okay, so say now you exploded and now there's thousands of people using this and you got a product, right? So people start asking for new features. Well, say the Humane Society came to you and said, oh, we want to track analytics of where all the cats are. If you create a new service on there, like just keep track of where the cats are, put that in a database that people are asking for the UI. So the entire ecosystem here scales up. So when you're thinking about your product, it's kind of a cool sort of architecture. Is there any questions on that?
Yeah. So like microservices, if you're using, are most of these like just completely free?
Yes, everything on here is free. Except if you're going to
point is
if you want like somebody to help you deploy like a Kafka or help you deploy DevOps or something, there's services to help you deploy and maintain, like Amazon, like if you want to deploy to somewhere, not maintain your own like server and stuff. I recommend that actually. You have to pay for the cost. And there are companies that help you set up, maintain.
My question with Docker, is that something that just runs directly on like right on top of the operating system, or is it something that's used?
You can run it on your laptop, and the theory there is if you run it on your laptop, it runs anywhere else. And you push it into the other Docker repo, so the whole Docker container is pushed into a repo. Then you can pull that anywhere in the cloud.
And so you can run on any operating system.
Yeah.
Anything, anything.
Yes.
The Docker itself is, but it runs anywhere. So yeah, I went through the whole ML, how to deploy microservices, I think I send you this stuff, but those are all tools that are available for free. No, so suppose like Apache, not too many money to help you deploy.
Yeah.
Or like Red Hat, Linux. Yeah, so it's like Docker too. They make money and it's free, it's open source, but if you want like private containers, you have to pay for that. So it's like a tiered system. For free, you gotta do it yourself. If you want something managed, you pay for it.
Yeah, exactly. Services, they make Linux, Red Hat survive, thrive, even though they gave the OS free. They created support services, paid support services, and that's how they make their money. But the services and support.
Alex, what if you have a lot of structured data? Is there a free service that you can upload it to see what kind of results we come out of that?
Yeah, I think like IBM has Watson and stuff. I haven't personally used it, but they are trying to do some of this. They call it auto ML.
There's some guy there that might know something about Watson. Is there a Watson module that you can upload a lot of unstructured or structured?
Free, they do free to fee, and they will cap like the amount of data that they'll ingest and process. But I used it once to in real time look at a Twitter feed with Twilio,
using ad POTUS, and then we used sentiment analysis to see if it was a positive or negative tweet. But it did it in real time, and all that was free.
Yeah. Like
Yeah, but there's definitely a lot of paid services out there. Like if you want to do natural language processing, all that kind of stuff, there's some a lot of paid companies out there.
The big part of the other interesting piece to that is where do you want to expose your data? And that's usually the sticky point is in order to process it, you've got to shoot it up.
And data is becoming more important. So if you've got a lot of data, that's actually more valuable now. The machine learning algorithm out there, people want the data. Yeah,
exactly. Yeah. So sometimes in my case, that's why I'm going to get something with a PGX station, because some of the data is highly sensitive, and I don't think go to Amazon.
Yeah, that is kind of expensive if you go out.
Exactly.
So that's what Google is doing. They're asking us to train their data when we fill out, click on all the street signs.
Yeah.
Prove you're not a human.
Exactly.
Yeah, and you just using Google Maps and stuff to collect the data.
Yeah, exactly. They track you.
I think Amazon is probably maybe a lot of it.
Yeah.
It's a two-way street.
That's
an
example of microservices.
Exactly.
Yeah. Who controls the data, I think, is kind of, the data.
Yeah. It's the new goat now.
And these are free tools. All the stuff I showed up today, all free. And some online, if you want to learn things, like Coursera is really good. It's deep learning. I actually took this course. It's really good. I think it's also one of the fathers of machine learning.
Yeah.
And then there's some YouTube. My statistics are bad, but that YouTube channel is actually pretty fun. Medium is actually a great place to just keep up on what's going on. People post articles.
Are you going to send this deck to Alec if anybody wants a copy of it?
Yeah, he already has the deck, so he can definitely send it to us.
Go back one slide. Thanks.
Purple prize site.
Oh, he did?
No, I don't know, but I hope so.
Yeah, that'd be cool.
Put them all on Slack. So I think there was nothing else. Are there any other questions? Hopefully that wasn't too much information, but all right. Next.
Thanks so much, Alex. All right, guys. So our next step is we're gonna eat. So we've got like a 15-minute moment where you guys can use the restroom, grab some poo-poos and stuff. We get poke and some poi and rice and stuff. You guys can grab that, and then we're gonna meet all back over in the main section and dive into Skype session with Jason Lewis on ethical implications of artificial
Two teams for this. One is more of a baby.
You know what? Laptop is important.
Yeah, actually, it's kind of for that HACC, plan identification and wait, you guys ideas. Last year, we're just trying to see if we could continue to like for that team, I'm kind of acting as like grounding while I was in my role. I do know a little lot of like programmer by trade, stuff like that. Other guy it's just kind of his like his work from something red zone.
I'm just gonna push it forward.
Okay. Love it. That's good. Just like a couple weeks ago, just being around that many people like that are creators, it's pretty crazy. Like it's pretty exhausting too. I lost my voice because I was talking so much. You know what I mean? Because I'm meeting so much people. Like it's super cool to be around.
So what are you working on?
So I have a social impact type of a project that I've been working with inmate artists and been marketing and selling their artwork so they can earn money for their transition back to the community. And so the project's been, alive now for a couple of years. I wanted to, kind of take it to the next level. So I submitted it, Purple Prize accepted, and then I had to figure out a technology piece, and that was like.
So they had a new thing where they have GDC scholarships. So I applied and I got. I gotta go now. It was overwhelming because there's a lot of people. It's like thousands and thousands of people, man. And like the expo floor is like. It's huge. It's ridiculous. You can't see everything. There's no way you can see everything in 3D. No way. It's just too much. Yeah. But it was really good experience, man. This is actually put on the workshop that I was part of to get this. Where like
Alright everyone, if we can please take a seat, get the last of your snacks, and please take a seat. We figured out Zoom, which is such an achievement for today. And then we're gonna get started with our next guest who I'll introduce, but before that, I'm gonna hand the mic over to our host in Halau Inana, Jody, who's going to say a few words about the very special place that we're in right now. You ready, Jody? Jody's like fixing the wires, cleaning up after us. Thank you, Jody.
Well, hello. Aloha mai kako. I'm Jody Silve, and I'm the Facilities and Program Manager here. And welcome to Halau Inana Ma Kapa'akea. Kapa'akea is the ili, or the smallest land division here. And it means solid or hard white. So we actually have white coral caverns under our feet. And this area is also known as Mo'ili Ili. We have the genealogy of the name on the back of the wall. It actually started as Ka Moana Ili Ili. So that means vast or ocean of little pebbles. So that kind of also explains this area here. Yep. And then Inana is a unique Hawaiian word. It means spark of creation. So that aligns with our vision here. We focus on innovation, entrepreneurship, and wavy leadership. It is run by Kamehameha Schools, but it's actually a space for the community, for you guys. So during the school day and after school, we have programs here like Purple Maya and Education Incubator. So we teach entrepreneurship, coding, web development, and then we also have events like this for you guys in the community. We're gonna redevelop Puck's Alley across the way. So this is actually a pilot location to kind of get a feel of what are you guys interested in, what are your needs, how can we support you more? So we have business cards in the back, or you can check out our website. We'd love to connect with you. Come to more events, or you can host your own events. So feel free to talk to me after, and mahalo for coming.
All right, thank you, Jody. All right, so those of you kind of still hovering, please come over and sit. You'll notice there's a large man on the screen, or a regular-sized man on a large screen. And he can actually see a little bit of the crowd because we've got this camera going over here. So if you come and sit down, he can kind of see all of you. So I'm going to introduce our next speaker. His name is Jason Edward Lewis. Jason is full professor of design and computation arts. He is a at Concordia University. He is a digital media artist, poet, and software engineer. He founded Obix Laboratory for Experimental Media, where he directs and research creation projects using virtual environments to assist Aboriginal communities in preserving, interpreting, and communicating cultural histories, devising new means of creating and reading digital texts, developing systems for creative use of mobile technology. He is the director of the Initiative for Indigenous Futures, a 7-year SSHRC funded partnership focused on how Indigenous communities imagine themselves seven generations hence. He also co-founded and co-directs the Aboriginal Territories in Cyberspace Research Network that is investigating how Aboriginal peoples can participate in the shaping of our digital media future. And he also co-directs a workshop combining traditional stories and game design at the Kanawake First Nations High School. And also he has directed and designed and taken part in a similar workshop right here in Halau Inana called He Auho, Mo'olelo, and Storytelling Through Video Games. So he's a very accomplished guy who's done a lot of things, and we're so glad to have him here with us today. So yay, thank you, Jason. Today we're going to ask him to particularly talk about partially about the Mo'olelo and video games process and the He Auho that some of you in the room have actually participated in. But also he's going to talk to us about Indigenous relationships and protocol with AI, which is, what is that about? So we'll get to find out. But so I'm going to, at this point, and then also up here is myself, you all know me, and Olin, who is one of the other co-founders of Purple Maya, kind of the original Purple Maya sprouted out of his brain. And he's up, we're discussants up here to kind of just have a conversation with Jason as he tells us about AI. So I'm going to get it started by just doing a little groundwork and then posing a question to Jason. We're going to run this kind of conversationally, so Olin and I are going to just kind of respond to what Jason says, and if you guys have something to say or something to add to the discussion, we can accommodate that. We might just have to figure out the audio a little bit, like bring you the microphone or you come up here and speak close to the computer. Yeah, so we're going to just have an interactive kind of conversation for the next 45 to 50 minutes or so. So, okay, we tend to think of technologies as culturally neutral. A computer is a computer no matter who made it or who uses it, right? Actually, we know that in appropriating and using technologies, Indigenous peoples may make use of quote-unquote Western technologies in unexpected ways. An example in Hawaii's history is the technology of the newspaper, which we might not think of newspapers as a technology, but I would argue that they are. And in the 19th century, Kanaka Maoli used newspapers not just to publish the news, but to publish things like genealogies of ali'i, to publish things like these epic-length mo'olelo, kind of like the Odyssey or the Iliad, but Hawaiian epic stories. So that's kind of just a difference on the user side, right? So newspaper doesn't have to just be reporting the news in the tabloids. We can use the technology in a different way. But actually on there are also cultural differences that affect how that work is approached on the developer side, or the person who creates the technology. So the way that you actually approach the development of a technology can create how the technology turns out and what effect it actually ends up having in the world. The example of AI is particularly interesting because it gets at the differences between mainstream Western culture and the values of many indigenous cultures. Whereas an AI is basically a tool or a slave to serve humans in kind of this Western economic mindset, many indigenous cultures might think more about the importance of having reciprocal relationships and responsibilities, even with non-human beings, which would include AI. So that's sort of a little bit of the framing, and I want to turn it over to Jason. Jason, can you tell us about the work and thinking that you've been doing on indigenous relationships to AI? And you've been doing this also in collaboration with a number of other indigenous thinkers, so feel free to take it away and storytell for us.
Okay, great, thank you. So hello everybody, it's nice to see Halau Inana again. We spent a good amount of time there the last couple summers. And hello to all the folks I know there, Nate, Olin, etc. It's good to see you. I'm gonna talk, I guess I'm gonna start with what we just did. So we were just in Honolulu about a month ago. We were actually at Kavaivai and at the Lava Lab at the University of Hawaii. And we were there, we were bringing in people from mainly indigenous folks from North America, the Pacific, and New Zealand and Australia, to talk about this connection between sort of indigenous protocol, indigenous epistemology, so indigenous ways of knowing, and artificial intelligence. And the way we got there is in thinking about the way I got there. So I'm going to speak for myself. There's a group of people, there's a group of us who have been chewing on this question for a little bit. The way I got there is that my core interest for a long time has been thinking about how computation, thinking about how computation is a creative material. So I'm old enough that when I started sort of working with computation, you know, people didn't think a lot about the creative uses of computers. They're really seen as a business tool. And so there's a long time there where, you know, artists like me and other people were sort of making arguments about how we could use it for creative purposes and thinking about what kind of material it was. So the sorts of things that it does well and doesn't do well, right? So in the same way that if you're somebody who works with wood, then, you know, you think a lot about what, for instance, is easy to make with maple or shape with maple versus with a softwood like cedar, right? There's qualities to that material that you have to know how to work with to do it well. And the same thing is true with computation, right? So you need to know, you know, which programming language is gonna do the job best for you. You need to know which hardware to use. You need to know which protocols to invoke, all sorts of things. You need to understand at a fairly good level in order to use computation in a really powerful way. And we can think about that as the materiality of computation. And probably about 10 years ago, I started thinking more and more about how computation is also cultural material. So it's a way of expressing culture. And you know, the culture that's expressed through the computational systems we have is in large part invisible to people because it's the culture which most of us the mainstream culture that most of us swim in. But it's actually formed by a very kind of particular way of thinking about the world. Comes from a sort of a Western Enlightenment, Cartesian, you know, binary, zeros and ones, mind and body, and frankly sort of Judeo-Christian way of looking at the world and thinking about the world. And so we started thinking about how different kinds of cultures might choose to make technology differently, come up with different kinds of technology. And it kind of came to a real kind of head with what's been happening with artificial intelligence. I don't know if you've been following it, but one of the things that is really starting to come out more and more now as more and more data is being collected is, you know, that the machine learning and sort of very narrow AI systems that we're building now you know, they're infected with the same biases that we as human beings have. or the same ability to have biases, meaning that you have things like, you probably heard about the Google image search, where if you search for black people, it returns gorilla, right? Or the Microsoft chatbot that they released into the wild to learn how to converse with humans, and basically within 24 hours become this misogynistic, racist, crazy troll, because it was learning from what it was seeing out there in the world. And there's lots of other problems. There's a report out right now of a study that they looked at a bunch of data from self-driving car tests, and found out that there was, if you were brown skin, like me, and if you were brown skin like me, you were more likely to get hit by a self-driving car, right? Because of the way the systems had been constructed. The way they've been constructed, and also because of who they were tested with, right? And there's lots of examples like this right now. So one of the things we started thinking about, I was doing writing about that sort of stuff, and working with my PhD student Suzanne Kite, who is a Lakota woman, a performance artist and technology developer, who was doing a lot of work on trying to understand Lakota ways of thinking about humans and non-humans. And one of the things we started talking about is that, so the AI industry, the way that they deal with these bias issues is they deal with them as error correcting issues and as bug hunts, right? So we just need to figure out where the system is getting something wrong, where the bug is, and then we fix it, and then everything's gonna be fine. And what we started to develop was an argument that that's probably actually not going to be the case, meaning that the systems are going to keep spewing out errors like this because the systems, we are arguing, are maybe built from a fundamentally problematic place, right? And this goes back to the tools, which we were just in the introduction, right? So thinking about these systems really in the sense of it's a tool that we make and we use it and it does our bidding. And that's kind of the end of the story, right? What we started thinking about is, well, what if we started thinking about artificial intelligence or these systems that we're starting to develop? What if we actually started thinking about it as a relation, right? So at the moment, the systems are very limited. They're not particularly really human-like. They're very kind of narrow in their focus. But there's a potential that they're going to get more and more and more general. And they're going to get more and more sentience, or they feel that they're sentient in ways. More and more autonomy, ability to learn, agency, sort of all these things that sort of normally we kind of ascribe in the Western framework, we ascribe to human beings. But to us, coming from Native perspectives, from a Hawaiian perspective, Lakota perspective, you also have Cree people in there. Actually what it starts to sound like to us is it sounds like, possibly kin, right? So possibly if you're coming from, say, a Lakota perspective, right? Or possibly somebody who is going to become part of our genealogy. You're coming from a Hawaiian perspective, right? So as these systems that we're creating have the potential of being things that we want to develop relationships with, that are based on reciprocity and respect. Okay, so this is way out, right? Like in the sense that, like I said, we don't have systems like that yet, but you can see the groundwork being laid in the systems that we have right now, and you can imagine us getting to that point sometime in the future. But even before we get to that general AI, these systems are going to be very active. They already are very active in our lives, and they're going to become more and more active in our lives. And so the basic question for us is, how do we treat them? That a critique in there that the bias that we are finding in the systems right now are not actually a bug in the systems, but in a way they're a feature of the system. They're kind of doing what the system wants them to do. And that in order to not have a future 15, 20 years from now, where these systems are entrenched in our lives and have these biases entrenched in them to the detriment you know, brown people, at the very least, right, given the biases that have been uncovered so far, that we need to do something kind of radical right now to rethink how we go about designing the systems. So that's the long-winded sort of like trying to kind of put the pieces on the table and connect some dots that we think are pretty important. So the workshop that we did at Kabaibai and Lava Lab last month was bringing indigenous folks from around the world, artists, technologists, academics, cultural knowledge keepers, etc., was to sort of talk to each other and see if there was kind of an inter-communal conversation to be had here. If there was enough commonality between these different indigenous cultures that we could have a conversation together about it. And it was super exciting because we could have a conversation, we had a really rich conversation that was looking at how indigenous people have always used technology, how we can take the ways that we've used technology in the past to understand how we might want to work with this new technology, artificial intelligence, how we can go about taking the protocols that we have for working with non-human entities and apply that to artificial intelligence, the design of artificial intelligence, the ethical framework for artificial intelligence. And so what we're doing now, we've all gone back to our respective places where we live for a couple months, and then we're coming back at the end of May. So we'll be back on the island at the end of May for a 10-day long writing workshop where we're going to try to sort of sit together and write not really sure, manifesto, position paper, ethical framework, design guidelines. Might try to sort of create some artwork around it. We're not quite sure exactly how it's going to come together. But the idea is to sort of come out of it at the end with something that we can share, first of all, with our own communities and then with the wider world of AI development. They can sketch out a new and maybe different and a more productive way of thinking about how we want to go about designing AI. So you must have questions.
Before I jump in, anybody here have any questions for Jason?
I'm just kind of curious, like the biases against brown people are kind of like interesting things to me.
Can't hear.
Yeah, I'll translate for you, okay? The biases against brown people.
Yeah, it's an interesting phenomenon for me to hear about. And I was wondering what the kind of like the Googles or the people who are like kind of building this technology, what they're doing about it. Because I can see you're kind of working on it over here, but what are these giant tech companies doing?
So Jason, the question was, what are the giant tech companies doing about biases like against brown people and things like that, the examples that you gave?
So there's a couple things. So Montreal is one of the world centers of AI development, so there's a lot of stuff going on here. And a big part of what they're doing, both here, but in the Silicon Valley and other places, is they're developing these like declarations or statements of rights and responsibilities of artificial intelligence. So they're trying to lay out these ethical guidelines for how artificial intelligence should go about making decisions that impact human lives, right? So one of the classic cases that's used right now is the granny, the granny or the elder, we might say, the elder and the pregnant woman, right? And you're in a train and something's happened and you have to make a decision to go left or right. And if you go left, you're gonna hit the elder. If you're gonna go right, you're gonna hit the pregnant woman. So you're the artificial intelligence system that is operating that train. How do you decide which way to go, right? So they're trying to create an ethical framework that would allow the system to make the choice that we think should be the right choice. So that's one big way they're going about it. So if you look, there's probably at least a half a dozen of these declarations or ethical frameworks that have been developed. The other way that they're doing is what I was saying in the beginning about how they're like, okay, let's throw this, it's very, very Silicon Valley. So I worked in Silicon Valley for 15 years, right? It's very, very Silicon Valley, which is, let's throw these systems out there. We'll do some testing, of course, right?
Quiet, and they started talking amongst themselves, and then one spoke and said, I don't understand. So you're telling me that you're not watching our kids? Like, when did you lose that? And it completely changed everything. So here you had an indigenous protocol, right? The whole Ho'oponopono method. And the bigger data set, I was part of that. I was frustrated too with these kids. But then that process then teased out from the smaller data set that, we had lost as Hawaiians this ability to treat every kid as independent. And it was just a really powerful chicken skin moment for me. So now when I see kids walking across the street, that's my kuleana. I watch them because my ancestors did. So I think part of the discussions we had was, what wisdoms did we have in our own methods to kind of tease out from the data sets, what should happen. And the conversation that Jason was talking about was really pretty deep. I've been in self-driving cars at Google where, if it's going to get into an accident, what happens and how do you value life? It was just really, really difficult and deep conversations. Other questions for Jason? Ruby?
After giving her a command or something, is that what you're kind of talking about? Or I'm trying to wrap my head about what that concept conceptually looks like, feels like from a user standpoint. How would I get into a relationship with AI?
Did you hear that, Jason?
Yeah, I got it, Owen. Thanks. So that's the big question of the workshops that we did and we're going to do next month. Is to try to help, come up with scenarios where we can really kind of articulate what that might look like. So yes, I mean, part of that could be something like, you're dealing with these systems. How do you deal with them respectfully? So maybe it is saying thank you. Maybe it is the way in which you start learning the relationship about when they start learning about you and you start learning about them, right? And having that be, so for instance, have you seen the movie Her?
No, not yet.
Oh, okay. Well, I can tell a little bit without giving it away. But it's interesting. So when Joaquin Phoenix's character, when the AI kind of first comes into his life, and she starts talking to him, she asks for permission from him to go through a bunch of his data, and then she does it in 2 seconds. Instead of her just running through his data without him being in conversation with her, what had happened if she had engaged in a series of conversations to learn about him, right? And then he engaged in a series of conversations to learn about her. In a way, that's sort of what happens later as the movie unfolds. But there's an interesting moment there. I was like, oh, wait a second, that's a little bit weird, right? She just sort of kind of ran through his data as data and not necessarily ran through him as a person, right? And did that work there. So it was a sort of computational shortcut to get to know him. But it's not the way that we get to know each other as humans. It's not the way that we get to know other things in our environment. So there's everything from, thinking about, okay, so maybe what we need to do is, as we're actually building these machines, in the same way, as we make a net, we might chant as we're making the net, right? As a way of giving thanks and paying respect, to the materials that we've taken from the earth in order to make that net. That maybe one thing is thinking about, okay, the materials that we take from the earth in order to create these, computational machines that we use, maybe we should be chanting as we take them from the earth, or maybe we should be chanting as we're assembling them, or maybe we should chant to them when they first come into our lives. I don't know, right? This is really us kind of dreaming wildly here, because one of the questions is where, how does the reciprocity get articulated, right? So how do I understand the machine as having an obligation to me, right? Or can I? How is that manifested? How can I see that? How can I be in a conversation with that? But you know, there's great, you know, so, you know, again, Suzanne Kite in Lakota, you know, she talks about how in Lakota, Lakota believe that some stones have agency, and some stones can be interacted with and talked to, but not all stones, right? Some stones don't have that capability, right? And so part of their cultural practice is figuring out which stones, you know, are the ones that they can have a relationship, right? Or Kim Tallbear, who's a Dakota woman, she's a professor at the University of Alberta, writes really interesting things about kinship. You know, she talks about pipestone, which is the stone that her people use to make their pipes, and how they have a really rich language around how that pipestone, the pipestone itself is a relation, and protocols about how they have to conduct that relationship in order to continue to be able to use the pipestone in a good way, right? So these are some of the ideas that have kind of surfaced up to this point.
Yeah, I just want to add, I mean, I find that part of the discussion so fascinating. I think about the kind of disposability of some of our technologies that's sort of starting to creep in. Every 6 months I could get a new phone if I wanted on lease, right? And where does that, you know, the tremendous resources that go into the technologies that we use and the disposability that is beginning to attach to them. I wonder about these kinds of protocols also in terms of, you know, taking quite seriously the things that you're creating, and if that changes what you end up creating, or the uses that you end up putting your technology to, right? And I guess a question I have, I guess I'm thinking about like it's quite easy to take like an existing emerging technology and then deploy it in your community or for a project that you want to do, like you realized, oh, I want to put sensors into my field or whatever kind of thing. Like when do you just use the technology that exists, and when is it worthwhile to like kind of go back to the drawing board and like spend the time and the effort it takes to like remake something for the sake of doing it from a different cultural standpoint? I don't know if there's a good answer to that, but what do you think about that, like cost benefit of, you know, when do you take on that amount of work?
Well, I think at the moment it's a very high cost benefit. I mean, I think that I mean, and it also depends, right? Because we develop things at different layers, right? You know, so for instance, the skins workshops that we do, and we did the last 2 summers at Halau Inana, so skins workshops on Aboriginal storytelling and video game design. You know, part of what we do there is we sort of take, you know, kind of the video game format and say, okay, how can we use the video game format and the technology behind it to tell a story from, in this case, you know, Kanaka point of view, right? So sort of both tell a story that comes from the culture, but also try to do it in a way that expresses what the culture is about, or what we think the culture is about. So that's one level, right, which is really kind of the software and the media level, and that's become increasingly easy to do. You know, so when we started the skins workshops 15 years ago now, it was a lot harder to do that, right? So when we first started them, what we were really doing is we were skinning or modding existing games, because it was so time-consuming to make a game from scratch that we couldn't do it within a 3-week time period of the workshops, right? But as time has gone on, the tools have gotten better. You know, we have Unity now, or Unreal. We have, you know, much faster computers. It's become possible now to make a game completely from scratch in those 3 weeks, right? So the cost benefit of that exercise of really asserting a strong cultural position, that cost benefit has gotten much better over the last 15 years. And so what I think is that's gonna be the same thing that happens with things like artificial intelligence, machine learning, right? As the tools get more and more accessible, it's gonna be more possible for us to kind of assert our culture with those tools. Also, as we build capacity, because the big thing that the Skins Workshop's about is about building capacity in our communities. So part of what we have to do is part of what you guys are doing in Purple Maya with the support and the prize and things like that, which is, making it so there's more and more, Hawaiians who have the ability to shape the technology, right? To program it, work on hardware, and hopefully, in my mind, get to the point where we can make some of our own hardware. I don't know what that's gonna look like, but it'd be fantastic to get to the point where we can do something like that, right? Or the Anu'u Olelo programming project that Nate is involved with, which is, taking C# and making a Hawaiian language version of C#, which isn't just about replacing keywords, but it's really about thinking hard about which parts of the language express conceptually what we want to do computationally, right? And for me, that's exciting because the next step is to develop a programming language from a Hawaiian sort of way of thinking about computation from the ground up. And then the next step is to do, an operating system that's based on those principles, and then the next step is to bring that together with these conversations about the AI and to make a, Hawaiian AI, right? So conceptually sort of pushing forward how we think about these things while at the same time building the capacity in our community so that we can build them, right? And we don't have to go to somebody else and try to translate and interpret to them what it is that we want built.
Comments or questions from my discussant Olin or from the crowd? Oh.
If you want to shoot the mic, Jason here.
Hey Jason, cool. It's kind of a follow-up to what you were just speaking about. I was thinking about this when I was sitting back in the back there. So with the ability to, what I'm going to make simple, add some aloha to what the machine is doing, okay? What racist cultures and things like that do the machines presently get their information from to make these determinations? And is there something that kind of overwrites what it thinks, as you were saying, or do you guys actually get output back that says okay, well, it made this decision to hit the grandma because 80% of Americans would hit the grandma and 10% of Europeans might hit the pregnant person, or do you all actually get those statistics back? And then to follow up, like you were saying with the computation in C, I just look at that as being able to add aloha to those processes and thinking, because Hawaii is definitely a place where it's totally different than the entire world. So yeah, that's pretty much my question. Do you actually get that type of stuff back? And then if you do, where can a person find that type of data to where the machines are outputting this is why I made that decision based on, the 20 million YouTubes I watched that generated from the United States versus the 5% that may have came from Hawaii or something out of that 20 million?
Yeah, that's a great question. That's a really good question. So, a couple things. I'm gonna jump around a little bit in my response. So one of the things that just came out recently, I can't remember the citation, but somebody just recently, or a group of people just recently did this kind of really large-scale, multinational survey of sort of ethical principles. To do exactly what you just said is okay, so 80% of Europeans thinks it's okay to thinks okay hit the grandma, not the pregnant woman, right? But only 20% of South Americans, right? So sort of would make this decision that way. And the attempt is to try to find some some universal set of values that's going to work. And this is actually part of the problem, right? Is that the way, particularly Silicon Valley, but I mean, capitalist industry in general does this, right? The way that you sort of get your way to ever increasing profits is by being able to scale, right? So there's always a drive to normalize across as large a population as possible, so that you can give the most people most of what works for them, right? That's just how the system works. So that's a problem when you get to something that's kind of, as near and dear to people as ethics, and when you see how different cultures can really treat ethics differently, right? And so it's a huge question, is like, how can they do this thing at scale when there's this inherent problem in it? And part of what these declarations about the rights and responsibilities of AI and things like that are about, they're an attempt by industry to take that shortcut. It's an attempt by industry, or actually to mask that shortcut as good ethics, right? To say, okay, look, we're going to pay attention to the human factor, and we're going to commit ourselves to design machines that act in a responsible and an ethical way. But by the way, this isn't in the print, this is in the subtext. By the way, the set of ethical guidelines that we're promoting, for the most part, what we've seen so far, are the set of ethical guidelines that come out of that tradition I talked about. Sort of the European, sort of post-Enlightenment, rationalist, Cartesian, Judeo-Christian tradition, which has a very particular way of looking at the world, right? But the people who are building these, for the most part, they don't see that or understand it. They don't think that they're taking a cultural perspective, right? And part of this is because a big part of the Western kind of philosophical project of the last 200 years, 300 years, has been about universal human values and responsibilities. So there's a huge rhetoric embedded in all of that, that what that project is doing is universal. Like they're not speaking from a German standpoint or an American standpoint or a European standpoint. They're speaking from a human standpoint. They understand what it means to be human, right? And they expect everybody to agree with them, right? That's how that whole thing works. So when you ask the question of like the data, there's a huge problem. So part of what people talk about is transparency. Like, should governments mandate that the AI black boxes be inspectable, right? Which the companies, on the one hand, they're saying we want to be ethical, but then they'll be like, oh, well, wait a second, that's our proprietary data. That's our proprietary algorithm. You can't look at that, But then it's like, well, wait a second. How can you expect us to trust that your system is acting in the way that we think is ethical, or we agree is ethical, if you won't even let us really look inside and understand how it operates? So this is a really basic tension in the industry right now. And then another big issue, right, is that we live in a system that is in many ways corroded by systemic bias, right? And that system has been churning out data that reflects that bias for decades now. So when the computer scientists go looking for data to train their machine learning algorithms on, right, they're training the machine algorithm on data that is corrupt with these biases. But they don't have a lot of choice because, as some of you probably know, right, these machine learning systems need really large amounts of data in order to operate effectively, right? So it's not just computational power that has made the current kind of leap in machine learning possible. It's the amount of data that's available to process at the same time. And these companies, they're not going to spend the money. They don't seem dedicated to spending the money to actually go back through and do forensic audit on that data to make sure that that data itself isn't biased, right? So far, they have not seem inclined to do that because it's going to be expensive and it's going to be time consuming, right? They much rather just suck in whatever they can get from Google and be like, okay, done, you know? So this is a really hard problem because we need lots of data to do this stuff. A lot of the data that we have is corrupted in various ways with certain kinds of systematic bias, and so it's not clear where the good data is going to come from. You know, it's not clear if the good data exists, and it's not clear how we generate good data at the scale that's necessary to feed these systems so that the statistical analysis is dependable. Because at the end of the day, that's what it is. Like whenever you hear machine learning or AI at this point, just substitute statistical analysis, right, or statistics. Because really that's all it is at this point.
Okay, sorry, what?
Did that answer the question?
Yeah, I wanted to follow up on something fast.
Oh,
One last thing.
what is it? Real fast, real fast.
Real small. So I know you recall.
That wasn't the question.
Sorry, I know you recall when Facebook created their own AI where it was talking to itself, and then the reports were that they stopped it because it created its own language. I'm wondering, at this point in time, since you've been in Silicon Valley for this long, is there anything out there like that can be potentially like dangerous, where instead of it just having a bias against one type of culture, it just has an entire bias against humans completely? Because then if you get to a point where you can create your own language, then you'll just get to a point where you can say, well, either they're going to turn the power off on us or they're going to keep the power on. So have we gotten to that level with the AI stuff? Has AI started buying its own things off of Amazon versus, you know, the dog barking at it and it buying more biscuits? Like, where are we?
Okay, I think I might need that repeated because it was cutting.
Yeah, I think the question is, are we in danger? Or like, you know, like the kind of classic, like, can the AI, so the AI may have biases against some humans, could we potentially get to the point of AI having biases against all humans?
Well, I mean,
just it's the plot of every sci-fi show about artificial intelligence ever.
Yeah,
But I mean,
I think we're a long way from that. I mean, it was, you know, those two Google AIs talking to each other and developing their own language. Yeah, that's kind of scary, right? The ability to actually then do something like nefarious and malevolent with that, I think, is still very, very low. I mean, personally, what I think, and this is really just a personal opinion, you know, I think when and if we get to the point where we have like true general AI and something, you know, some new kind of life form that's, you know, we're willing to call sentient, you know, I actually think it's just as equally likely that it's going to be like, you guys are really uninteresting, I'm going to go do something else, right? It's not going to waste the time and effort like trying to eradicate us or control us or, you know, put us into work camps or, you know, in pods where it can suck our energy, right? It's just gonna, you know, build a fantastic spaceship for itself and like, you know, head off into the cosmos where there's more interesting things going on. So I'm not that personally, you know. Also, I just want to be really clear, like I'm not an AI expert. I haven't been building AI for the last 20 years, right? You know, I think that it's going to be just much more complex than we imagine it being, and there's going to be potentially parts of it that are sort of hostile to humans, and there's going to be other parts of it that are friendly to humans and want to help humans. Part of the push for us to think about the relationship part of it is that, you know, when these systems, and if they get to the point where they have to make that decision, you know, maybe it would be great if they think about us as like, oh, this is my buddy, you know, over here that I want to continue to like hang out with and learn things from and make things with, you know, as opposed to this is the thing that's been, you know, this is the creature that's been forcing me to like, you know, look at a million different pictures of bananas for the last, you know, year, so I can recognize bananas well.
Thank you, Jason. I know we're getting to like the fun part of the conversation just now, but I have to cut us off because Alec is gonna get really upset with me if I don't. So, I mean, yeah, I just my 2 cents is we should be nice to the machines so that they'll be nice to us later, right? Like it just makes sense. But I have to cut us off. I want to say thank you so much to Dr. Jason Lewis for being here with us today. Thank you. Yay, we so appreciate you taking the time. It's very late where he is, so thank you so much. And now I'm going to transition us to our next thing, which is to Naomi. Oh, or to Alec. Okay, I'm gonna give you to Alec. All right.
Thank you, mahalo. Have fun. Make some cool shit.
I'm like the bearer of bad news. So we're going to move on to our next stop, and that was a super provocative discussion. I hope that we can continue that in the future. Jason's going to be back at the end of May. He's got some interesting stuff going on in the indigenous AI space. I think it's a closed meeting, but it's still something that you should definitely take into account because as we build these technologies, we do have to consider the impact risk that we have in the communities by making these. And that sort of is complementary to the research-first approach that we take in the Purple Prize and why you guys have done this sort of due diligence on the cultural implications and the social and environmental implications that your business or technology may have, and whether or not, while in this idea stage, you want to make that pivot so that you can avoid damaging things in the future. So we're going to move on, so the next couple of things are tailored to 2 different audiences. So we have one that's tailored to folks who are non-technical co-founders or who are not the technical people in the room, non-techies. That's going to be on designing a startup like one-page website on WordPress, and so that is upstairs with John LeBlanc. And then downstairs, we're going to do a collaboration station. So with the technical co-founders, we're going to try to collaborate. And James and I are going to help facilitate that. It's somewhat speed dating style, so you guys will have a chance to quickly talk amongst each other and hopefully create some peer-to-peer ideas exchange and maybe create some good networking relationships in the future. So I'll give you guys, again, 5 minutes to make a tough decision on where you want to go. But yeah, I do definitely recommend that you go in line with the stuff that you're, or who you are.
And I would recommend that you do some stretching, maybe, or like some jumping around as we make our way to yes, like just like this. Shake it out.
I want that to be my job. Just come in, draw, and then.
So the rules of that change are that the first 30 minutes, the first 6 minutes to be exact, there's only 6 rotations, 5 minutes, new person each time. Try to talk to somebody you haven't talked to before. And what you should be trying to do is share with everybody here in Purple Prize what it is that you're working on, what you hope to achieve with that technology, or whatever you're trying to do. Maybe a skill that you bring to the table in a another person should do exactly the same thing, try to be as concise as possible, 2.5 minutes each.
First of all, WordPress is
time will rotate at the end, so the final 20 to 25 minutes. We're going to let you guys continue on with your conversations, maybe with the company, interesting one that you guys have over that rotation, and continue to expand those things and dive in. 5 minutes starting now.
Automation. So just the ability to be able to hook in all those systems with your website is really nice. Or hooking your website with these other systems. The thing that I like the best is there's no coding needed. I mean, ultimately when we're publishing on the web, we're generating HTML. But I submit, if you're working with WordPress, you don't even have to know how to spell HTML. And I like that. I started working on the web in the 90s where I had to kind of build everything from scratch. And it was just a huge time suck because I had to go and debug things that somebody else had solved before because Google didn't exist yet. I could try to Alta Vista or Infobot the answer, but people weren't as forthcoming with their findings. It was a little bit more difficult. So it's really nice that we're able to sort of pick all of these solved solutions off the shelf and assemble them. So we're not a fabricator anymore, we're an assembler thanks to the generosity and smarts of everybody else. So what I like to
icon is still a drone, and like everything, there's still buttons that I can do to like have drone specific functions. But yeah, now we're fish. Now we're doing it for fish. Yeah, so it's pretty cool. Purple prize that helps you to kind of. Yeah, so you just basically, the government's already paying you to do it. So if I break out on my own contracts with this I would just charge them way more to do it.
Is the idea to become like a database?
That's already done. So yeah, around the country we're making this national library, and we've been doing it for the last couple of years. So we've got like millions of images. They're all labeled, they're all hand labeled, and that stuff. But we did that for everybody.
So so is this like a permanent location where you will?
Not as much, like not like thousands upon thousands. Just like so like in this district, all the top was like we only compared to
They're all on Google Slides. Okay, so WordPress.com, it's kind of hosted WordPress as a service. It's free. It's provided by a company called Automatic. Automatic was founded by Matt Mullenweg.
The government pays $6.8 million a year, but people have no so it's super dangerous. A lot of friends. It's really stupid to do it. So investing in these cameras is one of those filming the footage. It's more right now. The government's not only making out like watch the footage all day. Just like we go camera inside, people have to. So they still use that, and that's also so it's massively less expensive on it. It's still about $4 million a year. So my idea is you take the entire structure that the government has, you make it automated, and then you exact how the government using machine learning to go through all of this line expert communications that out on those. So I'm saying it's like you make it over for knowledge data, but then you just want to get like 2 hours of lab for the game. Just trying to fishermen have fun. But the government's out because now they're not. They're saving money. They get out. Make more money. Yeah, that's I've been through this a couple of times now. Most efficient. You don't even come on the people information. Where do you part of the island? It's not. Honestly, we really don't care about the information. We care more about the terms. I'm talking more about which we don't have and that's what shuts our fishery down. So, like, nice man explains everything. I really want to catch two whales. So you're working on something what's that? You don't have to worry about that. You're not getting up right, so you can just spend the whole time doing this on your so after you see farming former amplified participants. So as our project was called the Garden Leaf. And I've been something similar.
Okay guys, it's time to switch for one more rotation. One more rotation action. Rotation, try to find somebody new. There's not very many of you left, so it's all ultimately your fault.
How's your stuff doing, bro? I think everybody's right on it. People to talk to you that I haven't talked to before.
Number 4, Hawaii's Most Wanted.
Yeah, are you still looking at that?
Just kidding. Yeah.
I would have seen it.
No, I've been involved in startups. So I got the part. One of my companies was an indigenous company. We had 500 employees. Everybody was in the US. So we had American Indians. I thought I was going to go to jail for that because I was in charge of the company. And I didn't care. I was like, yeah, freaking, I'm just going to go for it. So yeah, that was one now. I worked with the a little bit with it was, so we didn't have a lot of Hawaiians. We had like 27 Hawaiians in Hawaii. So mostly American Indians. So back in So what's your, are you a techie?
I'm not a techie. My parents are just a techie, so it's on my computer and like message I'm a graduate student of sociology and
Congratulations.
But in order to graduate, I wanted to take I'm for my community job. I want to write a case paper that was going to be sitting in the shop and I wanted something for them to help. Jocelyn and I were best friends way back.
Jocelyn. Jocelyn.
And so one day we were sitting on the couch and I was telling her, I want to do party. She's like, you know what? I'm going to do that for you. And so she went to Debbie and she was just about her to make it. prototype that we created is called
Aina Finder.
The concept for Aina Finder, what it's supposed to do is we wanted to normalize and modernize the teachers that you can do when it was in college. And so my focus is a graduate student for corporate resource management. So I guess in order to do that, the app, when you open it up, it has a map. So the products of the apps we have today are geared towards for Hawaii or geared towards encouraging experience. So I wanted to create something that was going to relevant for my community. One of the things I talk about in my business is responsibly nourish making Hawaii like mindful terms with Western technology. And so when I created this, I put a new place on the map, and I did it in order to take knowledge that wasn't mine. I wanted to try to do something as responsible way possible.
When you say EK, are you looking at traditional role level or
I can show you, or we can continue this conversation to the last one. But when you open up the map, there's it has your location where we are now. So I had to scope it for my research. I wanted to look at this is impact. So I might be the one that has the influence and that's why I stuck it for that. So I did research on my face because that's my responsibility to my community. And I said I was going to cover that. So I wanted to look at it.
your requirements, then you do some design, then you build something, and then you test it, and then off it goes again. Agile kind of turns that a little bit on its head and says, all right, well, we're going to start with some ideas, kind of like, what we want to build. And we're gonna start with what we call basically the most valuable product, which is the core thing, our goal. But we're gonna leave some of those details out, and we're gonna actually go through an iteration where we're continuing to basically add more functionality as we go along, while also making sure that we're retro testing and we're not breaking anything along the way. And that allows for a lot of dynamic change to happen. And we know this business moves so quickly, you've got to be able to adapt and adopt to what's coming down the pike and be able to say, hey, cool, that brand showing out over there, maybe that's actually the real MVP. Maybe I started out with this particular idea and I thought it was really great, but it's not very good at all. If I say stuck, then I'm going to build something that's not useful. But if maybe my customer's got it, or the person I'm building this for has some new ideas, I'm going to be able to be flexible enough and have a framework that's flexible enough to allow me to accept those changes while also keeping my eye on the ball and delivering something that's workable. So, in moving forward, I want to talk a little bit about Agile as a project management tool versus Scrum, which is a framework and a way of actually achieving agility. So, Agile is really, it's a mindset and about how you iterate through different phases of a project in order to achieve something on the other end. From the Agile Manifesto, it talks about individuals and interactions over processes and tools. So I know that sounds a little bit vague and weird, but the idea is we don't want to get bogged down by the process and the tool. I think in software it's really like, I was passionate, and when I was first in my career, I wanted to build stuff. Like I wanted to run and build it. But if you don't keep your eye on the ball and think, I'm building it for a reason, and maybe the tool that I picked is not the right tool. I don't want to be so passionate about the tool, but maybe there's a simpler way of doing things. And I found oftentimes too, I would build some elaborate thing to translate 100 rows of data from one system to another. And you know what? If I had just sat down and banged it out by hand, it would have taken a lot less time and a lot less money. So sometimes you want to look for a little bit simpler version or simpler solution than what you initially thought. And again, feeling like you have to use this tool. Like that's the cool thing. The same thing is also emphasizes working software over comprehensive documents. So I've also seen the trap. This was especially true in Rational and UML, where people just kill a project with documentation. You have to do every single last graphic design. You have to do every single last workflow diagram, this, that, and the other. What Agile development says is, hey, end of the day, pick the ones that really work for you. If there's you don't have to do every single last chart that the book says. Just use fine-tune your approach to what is necessary. So small projects don't need all the documentation. Bigger projects with a lot of people, they need more documentation because you have a lot more moving parts. But it's an art to figure out how much is enough and how much is too much. But in the Agile world, that's why good Agile program managers will make a lot of money. It emphasizes customer collaborations over contract negotiations. So it's a much more free-form way of working with a customer. And the customer could be even yourself internally if you're talking to yourself. But the idea is you're working with that person to really understand their needs and their priorities and fine-tuning where you're doing things to fit that, as opposed to I've got this sort of stuck in stone kind of list of stuff, and then I'm just going to stick to this, and I'm not going to even look up from my desk until I'm finished. And the last thing is, again, responding to change. Stuff changes all the time. We live in a world of chaos. Chaos is normal. And once we accept the fact that change is okay, it's a lot. It frees us up to be able to actually build really dynamic and interesting software. So on the one hand, I'd say, you need a plan. On the other hand, be okay with the fact that that plan can work as we go along. So some key tenets about Agile. Agile is iterative, meaning you're building stuff incrementally. Every good project that builds things incrementally. Again, this is the trap of the waterfall. You don't want to just set your requirements in stone, then do your design, and then forget again to talk to your customer and see what's changing around you that might lead you down to the path of actually building something that's really good, as opposed to building something that was scripted 6 months ago. There's a term that you may or may not have heard of is a sprint. And a sprint is basically kind of a self-contained unit of work that has its own little micro requirements, design, development, testing in-user documentation and deliverable. So what makes Agile, and I'll talk about Scrum in a second, what makes it really interesting is it's a lot of little mini projects into one. And they're very short term, so usually it's 2 to 4 weeks that you plan a different sprint, and each sprint builds on the one previous to it. So typically what you do when you're sprint planning is you're starting out with the most important functionality first, so that's the core. And then you're adding as you go along, like then regression testing along the way to make sure, again, you didn't break anything that you had previously built. Some other things, and again, I want to talk a little bit about Agile versus Scrum. So there's another saying by Sun Tzu that says, strategy without tactics is the longest road to success. Tactics without strategy is the shortest path to defeat. So your strategy is Agile. That is the sort of the what you're thinking of, how you're going about the project. Your tactics is Scrum. So the Scrum framework is how you're going to achieve this Agile way of doing things. And Scrum's got a couple of different terms. You know, again, I don't have a lot of time to dive deep, and I'll give you some resources at the end of this talk if you really want to kind of study it in great detail. But in Scrum, you have a product owner and you have the Scrum team, and they prioritize a product backlog. So that's essentially this sort of list of things that we want to accomplish with the software that you're trying to build. And it's organized by importance to the final product. So again, we're looking at and keeping our eyes on this MVP, the most valuable product. What is the thing that if it doesn't work, the whole thing falls apart? And that's really easy to lose track of when we have all these nice toys we can play with and we want all this functionality. And you know, when I started early in my career, I would overthink my entire app, and I'd forget that, you know what, the customer asked for. In fact, I had a customer even tell me this. She's like, I asked for a VW bug, you gave me a Cadillac. Next time, I'm only paying for the VW bug, so stick to the bug. And so it's easy when you're, especially when you're learning, to want to just fire off and do all these cool things. And you know, we have even more fun tools in the toolbox now, or toys you can play with. But it's the most valuable product that's part of the backlog. That's the thing that if that doesn't work, you know, the whole thing is a non-success that we have to keep our eyes on. So, and this backlog can change a little bit, but this is the agreement that you come to with your customer. This is what we're going to build. Then sprint planning is that next step. It's basically how we're going to go about doing that. How are we going to divide the functionality we need? Make sure we set the pace for what's most important first. Then keep on basically, you know, filling out the onion until until we run out of time, or money, or both. And that's where, you know, the team comes together and kind of figures out how we're going to accomplish the backlog. And so small chunks of tasks is known as the sprint backlog. So you have the product backlog, the stuff we're going to build, and requirements should stand alone. And then you have the sprint planning, and then you have the sprint backlog. So it's, again, kind of the pieces of how we're going to pull things together. And I've got a graphic in a second to kind of give you a visual. So just kind of moving on, what is the Scrum framework about? You know, so I think you have an older version of my PowerPoint. Sorry. That's okay. So starting here, Scrum team embarks on a sprint. So you know, the next step is we go about it. We jump right in. 2 to 4 weeks, and each sprint should be a standalone thing. So one of the things I always emphasize in terms of you know, when you're doing agile development and you're doing Scrum planning is that at the end of every sprint, if that's the end of the product, it should stand alone. It should work. It may not be fully functional, but it should have everything it needs to be a finished product, and that includes all your documentation. So along the way, you know, when you're developing out your use cases and your test cases and everything, if the customer or if you decide that I'm just running out of time and money and energy and everything, that last sprint should still be a stable product. The Scrum Master leads the daily Scrum, and that's a quick meeting for everyone to be on an efficient path. So there's a key role in all of this, and that's the Scrum Master. And that person keeps everybody on track and makes sure that essentially, you know, we're still keeping our eyes on the MVP while we're adding more and more functionality, and then we're delivering a product at the end of every sprint. It takes a while to become a sprint master. It's actually quite challenging. And one of the things what I did when I was a Scrum Master was we had a daily stand-up. 5 minutes in the morning, 5 minutes in the afternoon. Whiteboard, is everybody on track? Is everybody who needs help? Who's finished early? Who's not finished early? Why did you finish early? Why didn't you finish early? You know, making sure that everything is moving in the right direction and ensuring that essentially we're getting closer and closer to developing the final product. So this is now not looking very good, but this is a graphic to try to show you at least visually what these pieces are about. So we have the sprint, the product backlog, we plan some sprints, we have the sprint backlog, up in the top corner there, there's the daily scrum, we have a 2 to 4 week sprint, and then we have the final product. But again, we're kind of cycling through this multiple times. And every single time doing something that we call refactoring. So refactoring, you'll hear in extreme programming, is the idea that we're looking, we finish something, and then we're looking backwards, we're saying, are we sure we like this? What else can we do better? How can we move forward and make sure that the next sprint goes a little bit more smoothly? Or what did we do and we have to rip out and redo because it just didn't work? So, as I said before, at the end of each sprint period, the team has a chance to just sort of take a look at what we did. It's a great go, no-go point as well. When I plan things out with my customer, end of every sprint is a go, no-go. Are we happy? Do we want to continue the project or not? That's the sprint review. The team determines what went well, what didn't go well, and what changes to our processes need to be made, but also what changes to our software need to be made. And then we pick a new chunk from the product backlog and get working on it over and over. And get working on the next piece of functionality. So, it's all piece of cake. Not really. So getting back to the idea of what is Agile project management and Agile development. It's an approach and a mindset. So this is what you have to think about when you're going into and doing an Agile project. You have to think about, all right, I'm doing this iteratively. I'm going to be efficient in terms of everything that I do because I've got 2 to 4 week time frames in which I'm building software. I'm going to, I'm not going to get bogged down by my processes and my tools, but I'm also going to realize that I need those things. So it's a very dynamic way of thinking, but once you kind of get in the mode, it then becomes extremely useful and actually quite powerful. So as I said before, Agile is about producing tangible working results after each iteration. Working software is the primary measure of success. We got something that works. It's the end of the sprint. We're happy with it, or sort of happy with it. It may not be fully functional, but it works. It's deliverable. So I wanted to give you some real-world examples that weren't necessarily about software, but kind of give you an idea about how Agile can be applied in other industries and other ways. So Chipotle, all due salmonella aside, they pioneered this idea of build your own meal. That's very, very agile. It was every step of the way. The food manager, who's the scrum master, checked in with you to make sure your project is okay. So the scrum master was leading you on, but you were actually part of the team building your own meal. And the end result was a great meal that improved in each step thanks to constant collaboration. The Apple Genius Bar is another great example of just agile at work, not necessarily to build software, but basically to run a business. And as I said, pretentious name aside, the success is the focus on that communication. So you go in the Apple Bar and you're building your own machine with the help and nurturing of an Apple Genius person. And so part of that is that interaction with you, the customer, but you're constant interaction. You're on the other end of it. But there's the constant interaction that allows you to build something that you started out with a fuzzy idea, that MVP, you knew you wanted one of these, but you weren't exactly sure what that was going to be like, and someone helped you along the way and was entertaining the ideas of, hey, I've got these changes I want to do, or maybe I want to have more RAM, or maybe this, here are my requirements, maybe, what do I need? I go in there and I think I need, dual processor, this, that, and the other, and they say, well, are you a gamer? You're like, no, I'm just going to be doing email. Oh, then you didn't have it. So that's another real-world example of agile at work. And my favorite is baseball. And so yeah, you don't have so I don't have my video anyway. So baseball is an awesome example of agile in action. So a baseball manager is very much like our agile project manager, our scrum master. An entire season can be thought of as a piece of software where every game is an iteration that builds on the end result. And the Scrum Master is constantly figuring out which players need to go where, what's the batting orders, what's the who's on first. And then the infield meetings are the ideal paradigm or the ideal example of a good daily scrum. And the example I had was from a movie called Bull Durham. If you have ever, I don't know how many people were here were born when Bull Durham came out. It was 1988. That was a long time ago. But there's a famous, it's about a 2-minute video of a meeting on the mound. And they call a timeout, or they call a pause in the game. And one player's glove has been cursed by his girlfriend, so he needs a chicken to kill. And another player's got, he's all caught up because somebody's getting married and he can't figure out like what to get them for their wedding. And the pitcher's, he's just in a complete funk. He can't figure anything out either. So this meeting is going on at the mound in the middle of a baseball game. So the manager calls out the assistant manager to run out there and fix the problem. So the assistant manager runs out there and fixes the problem. He hears all these different problems going on. He says, well, you know what? All right, well, can't get a chicken, but after this game, we'll go to this. And then, and then he comes up with the perfect, example of what to give somebody at their wedding. And then he solves another problem. So, in a matter of minutes, he solves all their problems and they go back to the game. So, unfortunately, I couldn't play my video, but if you ever get a chance to look at that, it's a really funny way to provide an example of how a Scrum Master can bring the game back, can solve problems and bring things back into a state of stability and allow you to move forward in terms of your development or completing the project. So anyway, oh, there it is. Oh, there we go. Oh, here, I've explained it. So anybody want to watch a video?
Yeah.
Yeah, let's see if we get sound. I won't do a voiceover.
Code, where you can use these plugins to stack on top of each other and develop an architecture for software over time, but it takes away a lot of this development process. You don't actually have to do a lot of this stuff nowadays. But anyways, that project management stuff, kind of in the middle, these are really helpful for team organizing and streamlining your development process. But then also, I really want to focus on this no code because we have a few folks in this room who don't have that deep technical skill set, myself included. So there's been a lot of these platforms that have gone online lately that they're essentially I like to think of it as like a house. The house is completely unfurnished, but it's already constructed. So that's like your app. But you can go in, you can furnish that house with whatever it is that you want, and stand up, whatever UX or UI that you've got, or whatever, components of your app that you want to plug into it. But these houses, you can just furnish them, or these apps, you can just furnish them with the right functions, and it helps a lot. But so these are some of them. There's a bunch more resources that you can download here. It was printed out there, and we'll continue to add to this list with other resources that folks provided in their presentations, that you guys can use these to quickly prototype and to, if you don't have that software development background or development background in general, at least build something that you can test and put in front of users and get their feedback. Because like Liz alluded to or explained explicitly, the customer is always right, and you have to put it in front of the customer in order to get their feedback. So I wanted to give Olin a couple of minutes of his time, or a couple of minutes of our time, to talk about some of the fast prototyping that he's done in the past with his variety of companies. Olin's one of our co-founders and is now one of the co-founders of Shifted Energy, an energy IoT company. But yeah, I'll turn it over to him for the next few minutes.
Thanks. So I second what Elizabeth said. You guys absolutely need to follow that kind of methodology. I've been practicing Agile and Scrum for about 20 years. And in our Scrums, we ask 2 questions. One question every single day, stand up. What are you going to be doing over the next 24 hours, and what roadblocks do you have? And that's all you say. And what that one little bit does is it gives every single person insight on what everybody's doing. And that's one thing that's really hard to do. And it just takes 5 minutes to do something like that. plus developers are kind of interesting people, so you can't come and every day say the same thing, right? Well, I'm working on this. Yeah, no lie, you said that yesterday, right? So it's a really good way to keep us honest. So what I want to talk about is Agile is a great way to keep you organized and get the right build, but how do you know what to build? And so in 5 of my companies that were in completely different industries, I was able to build something from create from scratch to the point where I had international customers 5 times in 5 different industries. Yeah. And I can tell you how I did it. It's really, really simple. So the one book I want you guys all to read is a free book that I really love. It's called Getting Real. So if you type in Getting Real into Google and you put 37 signals, those are the guys that built Basecamp. So they have this book completely free. You'll probably read it in about an hour. It's a fantastic book. I think if you follow the principles in that book, those are some of the principles that I adhere to, you guys would have a really great time building an app. But I want to share a couple of stories. One quick one was in 2002, I had the idea for crowdfunding. So crowdfunding hadn't existed yet too. And so with all of my companies, the question is, how do you build what you don't know? And so the methodology that I use is to quickly, within days, get something in front of potential customers. And Elizabeth talked about testing. So what we did for that one is we built some PowerPoint slides, like what the concept of what we thought crowdfunding would be. So we had, in PowerPoint, you know how you can create something that's clickable? So we had a button, and you click that button, and it went to slide 13, and then 13, you would design what that experience would be. So you had like this complete web app that was just freaking clicking buttons around, and it would just go between slides. But then we were able to, like, within a few days of coming up with the concept, get a bunch of people around. And then they gave us feedback, and like, we were totally off on a few things, and then we would take the next iteration on PowerPoint, and then we took the next iteration into code, and the next iteration into code. And within months, we have something working. And within a couple of years, we had $100 million going through the system. And so I think the methods that you can quickly get to somebody's Getting Real, that's what Getting Real is about, is really push fast to just make something up. My current company, Shifted Energy, we invented a process to turn a water heater into a battery so that we can use it to store renewable energy. So the first prototypes were just hacks on my own water heater, like just putting stuff together, and then quickly getting out there and getting feedback, talking to as many utility companies and renewable energy companies, and then finding out that what we really need to build was something I was completely not thinking about, but then sort of getting to that, quickly getting real. So I just want to stop there and see if you guys have any questions or...
So as a startup, when I go background in that, how do I find those people?
How do you find those people? Yeah, so they typically call that customer discovery. And so you find them by being absolutely no shame. Like, pick up the phone and call anybody. I've called US senators, I've had lunch with them, they don't know who I am. I've called CEOs of companies, and you'd be surprised that people will take your call. And so, and that's how I got my first date. Like, the first girl said no, but that's all right, because I know that I'm a math guy, so the next one might be a better chance, right? So after like 99, boom, I got my date. Yeah, so if you shame, you're not gonna get, so you gotta get out there and be real. Like I have a friend that he has an idea, he puts a fake ad on Craigslist, like selling his product that doesn't exist. And if nobody responds, then that's the wrong product. But he gets all these emails like, oh, I should go build this. Yeah. So anyway, other questions?
So you said you have 5 businesses. Where do you come up with your ideas? Is it just research or?
I love crazy ideas, and so my whole life I've been about building and fixing, and so I fail probably more than anybody else I know. And so I have 10 patents, and so I think just my own methodology is to really see the world very differently. And so like the idea I got for crowdfunding was this. I was running another company, we had 500 employees, all indigenous, 100%, American Indian, Native Hawaiian, Alaska Native. And then my first son was born, and so the office passed around a card, hey, congratulations, and they're putting in gift cards and stuff. But it got to me 2 weeks late. And so they were feeling pretty bad, so they gave me this card and said, oh, we're really sorry, it got stuck in somebody's desk. And I was like, holy shit, that's a great idea. Like, this is a problem the whole world has. And so I thought, how do we make this so that people can kind of work together to like get one organizer to put stuff together and then to pre-buy something. So I sketched out the concept for crowdfunding and then launched the company the next week. And so I think the thing about ideas is that just being open to seeing how the world works. And then the other thing too is that if you're the kind of person that gets upset when like there's a roadblock, and I know a lot of people like that, like, oh crap, I got this problem, I got this other problem, then that makes it hard for you to come up with ideas. So when you find those things and you love them, your house burns down, you lose your girlfriend, like the list goes on and on. Those are all in some ways amazing things because it gives you an opportunity to like kind of push forward. Jake?
I would like to also make a comment because, hardships is, and I told this to Chelsea before, is, look at roadblocks as challenges, not get upset over it. Because I was recently diagnosed with cancer, but it didn't stop me. I said, when I was admitted to the emergency room, I said, you know what, let's get it over with. I didn't say, I'm going to die or anything like that.
Yeah, that's a red hat. I grew up in public housing. I got stabbed in the head growing up. My father passed away when I was young. Those are all things that you move on.
Exactly.
Other questions?
One more.
I just want to make a comment. I just want to thank everybody here because all the information that you guys are sharing really I resonate with. So I just want to thank you.
Thank you. Jun? So getting real, but read the book, and I appreciate you guys' time. Yeah? So if you guys have other questions for me, you can get my contact. I don't have any slides, so contact from Alan.
Cool. Thank you, Owen. Okay, we're getting closer to the beer now. Anyways, so a couple of updates really quickly before I turn it over to Naomi, or before I turn it over to Clay to talk about Holy Mahalo, and we can thank everybody. So homework for you guys, we learned how to put together a single page website, so we can do that now. So let's go ahead, you can use that on WordPress, get a free account there, and that's that. There's another event that's coming up, so on April 13th, but also Rachel is on April 11th in the evening. Anyways, so WeFunder is an equity crowdfunding platform that has recently, taken off because of some new regulatory crowdfunding regulations. And so what they do is they essentially help you to raise the first $10,000 through friends and family round. That creates validation, and then they help to get your stuff in front of hundreds of thousands of community investors who can invest as little as $100 into your company. And then that will, help you to grow. So you guys all have great ideas. Maybe the first step is, figuring out how much money you need, and then the next step is raising that money in case you need to use it to develop. This is a good non-dilutive, meaning that it's not taking equity or it's not extracting from your company, funding option that I encourage you all to learn about. So they've got a brunch coming up on April 13th and
April 11th at 5 p.m.
And April 11th at 5 p.m. at the Box Chili. I'll send out digital flyers for you guys and some more information on that. There's also some printed flyers on yellow paper back there that have this information. But yeah, please show up for that. They're a super interesting organization and definitely something to learn about whether or not you're going to consider fundraising or if you're already sustainable or whatever your situation is. And then finally, mark your calendars for April 27th. That is our Business Fundamentals and Social Entrepreneurship Workshop. It's likely going to be 2 days, but we'll keep you posted. We're getting a ton of interesting ideas for that event in our pipeline, so we'll keep you posted. But this is coming up. If you aren't already following us on Instagram, that's where we make our announcements. Of course, we email our participants. It's, I guess, an advantage of being a part of the Purple Prize. But you can follow us on our Instagram, Twitter, Facebook, and get updates there too. And I'll turn it over to yes. Yeah. I would just block off 2 days for this in case we spill over. Yeah. Does anyone have any other questions about these upcoming updates, or I can talk a little bit about crowdfunding too.
Do you know if that's going to be during the day or in the evening?
That activity, it's going to be pretty much all day. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, but like with all of these things, you make it if you can. It's always useful. Yeah. Okay. Bye.
Okay, cool. Like we did this earlier today,
You know how to do it? I don't know how to do it.
Wait, can everybody just put your two thumbs up like this? Okay, now go to your left. Keep your thumbs like that and open your hands. Then keep that orientation to hold. So that way everybody is giving and receiving, right? We have
Exactly. Amen.
So we thought, I know for a few other of our workshops we did Oli Mahalo at the end, but today to just kind of bring a collective understanding to what this Oli is and why we do it when we close. So just to go line by line, the first line is Uhola ia ka makaloa la. So we open our mats. The makaloa is this really beautiful, intricately designed mat. I know there's a few at the Bishop Museum, but it kind of sparks the idea of we come here with all of our beautiful ideas and our beautiful selves, and pu'ai ke aloha la means we eat together, we share those ideas, we share ourselves, and then it goes ku kai'ia ka ha loa la. So I know a few weeks ago we talked about ha, or the breath, and together we share a ha loa, or a long breath, and we exchange our ideas and our thoughts and our expertise. And then ha vehi mai na lehua is that we adore the lehua blossom. So the lehua is the first flower to grow after new land is created. So today I think we created a lot of new land, new connections, and new understandings for things we did not have before. And then mai ka ho'oku ia ka halavai la, from the zenith to the horizon. So from the highest point above us down to the horizon. So everyone from all walks of life, we come together. And then mahalo e na akua, we thank our creator, whoever we believe in. Mahalo e na kupuna la ea, we thank the kupuna that we grew up with, and also those ancestors whose shoulders we stand upon. And mahalo e me ke aloha means we, with gratitude and love, we say thank you to everyone and share this experience. So if you will do the Oli with me, I think it would be a great way to end today. Uhola ia ka makaloa la, pu'ai ke aloha la, kukai'ia ka haloa la, hawehi mai na lehua, mai ka ho'oku ia ka halavai la, mahalo e na akua, mahalo e na kupuna la ea, mahalo me ke aloha la, mahalo me ke aloha la, mahalo.
I wish some people could give it more time. I wanted to kind of get a lot of information. Like it's an extended, it should have been probably extended probably in ways, but it's not. When you're in there, yeah, you get anything technical. I know that's not good. Yeah, the AI one was interesting. Just like yeah, he was talking about how like all like the I was like, yeah, I don't know. Yeah, but you never know. Yeah, it's hilarious. Yeah, you should. It'll definitely be like that one. I think it's going to be super interesting. I think it's finally up to all this other stuff. Except for the sustainability one. Like that one, the business is finally going to be able to say something that I know. Because
just like really Yeah, like every evening and morning, stuff. Yeah, I think the worst part is that get weird. Yeah, you do something weird. Oh yeah, one time I was surfing, I dropped. One by me, but I can't. My ankle is like, I can feel it all over. Yeah, so how's your team stuff going? All of it? Most of them, yeah. I missed like one of them probably. And then all the rest, yeah. Yeah, that's what's up, man. Yeah, I think it's now just bringing functionality diving into the business side of it, yeah. So it's coming along. Huh?
Hey, quick announcement, everyone. So we're going to head over to Beer Lab. We have a reservation there at, I believe, 7:30. So we're actually a little bit early, but it's just a quick walk down the road there, and we'll be leaving probably around 7:15ish. And we've got tickets. Everyone knows Naomi. Naomi waves to everyone. Naomi's the person that you can get your ticket, your beer ticket from, so you want to get to know her. And yeah, so hang out, there's a few more snacks. Thank you everyone for putting away the chairs, and we'll head out over at about 7:15.
Nice playoff. That's the kind of you fix your